Excelentísima señora.
Your Excellency, Madam President Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, this organization was born out of the ashes of war with the staunch resolve to prevent humanity from once again slipping into hatred and barbarity, and with the firm conviction that cooperation and dialogue should govern our coexistence. In the Dominican Republic, we are well aware of our responsibility as a member state of the international community and of the impact that global decisions have upon our societies. We therefore firmly call for a fairer international order in which the development of some does not mean the sacrifice of others. We are living through a time of great international complexity, shaped by a combination of 5 forces that are driving the destiny of our peoples: political polarization, the re-emergence of trade protectionism, the technological revolution, climate change, and geopolitical competition. These global challenges are having very specific consequences for countries such as ours. The recent and persistent wars we've seen have disrupted markets, generating volatility and uncertainty in commodity prices. Newly introduced tariffs inject a further element of unpredictability into international trade. Hurricanes and the uncontrolled blooming of sargassum reminds us of our climate vulnerability. Added to that, disinformation, which gains even greater volume in digital environments, is eroding public trust. These are converging challenges that test the principles of the Charter of San Francisco. Franklin Delano Roosevelt expressed the key to addressing these. He said, "The only true safeguard for peace can be found in cooperation based on economic and social justice." Against this backdrop, the Dominican Republic reaffirms its faith in the founding Charter of the United Nations, in its principles and values, not to be seen as secondary options, but rather as the only path to preserving peace and human dignity. We welcome the theme convening us here today, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. We embrace this as a historic mandate and as the legitimate cry of our peoples. Madam President, multilateralism is undergoing profound challenges, exacerbated by the financial crisis affecting this organization and by the increasing difficulty in reaching consensus to halt conflicts. In this context, we urgently need to see more candid, effective, and results-oriented spaces for dialogue at all levels. We must listen to each other with greater openness and a genuine willingness to achieve mutual understanding. If we fail to transform the United Nations, we risk it falling into irrelevance, and this would be a disaster that we must not allow. The UN-80 initiative provides an historic opportunity to revitalize mandates, renew structures, and to restore effectiveness and credibility to this common house of nations. The Dominican Republic firmly supports this process. In the coming months, a new Secretary General must be chosen. It now falls to Latin America and the Caribbean to offer renewed leadership with the vision, independence, and commitment demanded by our times. Our region possesses the diversity, capacity, and experience to be able to raise a strong voice for peace, climate justice, human rights, and sustainable development. I am fully convinced that the time has come for a woman to take up the post of Secretary General. Colleagues, we stand barely 5 years from 2030, and yet the Sustainable Development Goals remain behind schedule. The principal obstacle is an international financial architecture that does not reflect the realities of developing countries. The commitments undertaken at the recent Conference on Financing for Development in Seville are a positive step, but insufficient. We need to see genuine transformation, a new international financial compact with access to concessional finance, debt relief, innovative mechanisms, and enhanced technical cooperation. The Dominican Republic's commitment is strong. Despite the challenges, we have achieved tangible progress in implementing the 2030 Agenda. In particular, we stress the sustained advances in the first two SDGs, poverty reduction and zero hunger. As a result of our social protection policies, boosting our agricultural production and increasing the minimum wage, we managed to reduce moderate levels of poverty from 25.8% in 2019 to 18.05% in the first quarter of 2025. At the same time, undernourishment fell from 8.6% in 2018 to 3.6% in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I have responsibly and consistently stated before this Assembly and in every relevant international forum that the multidimensional crisis in Haiti represents a serious threat to peace and security for the Dominican Republic and the region. Since 2021, we have clearly stated that the only solution for Haiti is consistent and sustained international action ensuring minimum conditions of security and opening the way to the broadest democratic and sovereign agreement among Haitians themselves. This neighboring country is experiencing an unprecedented human tragedy, extreme violence, institutional collapse, and territorial control by numerous criminal gangs terrorizing its population. These are groups that the Dominican and United States governments have designated as terrorist organizations and with which no negotiation is possible. In light of this reality, the Dominican Republic has mounted a sustained diplomatic offensive to achieve an effective international response. In this vein, the Security Council approved a multinational security support mission, the MSS, together with an arms embargo and a sanctions regime for those individuals and institutions supporting such criminal organizations. We're grateful for the leadership of Kenya, Jamaica, Belize, the Bahamas, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and for the financial support provided by the United States, Canada, and other countries, which enabled the initial deployment. Yet the mission has still not attained the necessary scale, personnel strength, and adequate financing, and has therefore not yet met its goals. For this reason, we strongly support the draft resolution tabled by Panama and the United States to the Security Council based on the proposal of Secretary-General Guterres to transform the MSS into a force capable of imposing order and restoring peace with a reinforced command structure, clear and measurable goals, and the logistical and operational backing of an office under UN command. This proposal would establish a more robust presence with greater coordination, oversight, and accountability standards in both human rights and operational performance. We issue an urgent appeal to the members of the Security Council, especially the 5 permanent members, to adopt this resolution without delay. We must bear in mind that the MSS's mandate expires on the 2nd of October. We are at a delicate transitional stage that calls for legitimacy for the mission's entire current contingent. The Dominican Republic calls for support for this request. We do so as we stand on the very brink of Haiti's collapse. We also appeal for political, financial, and operational backing from Latin America and the Caribbean for the mission in Haiti. This is a country in our region, one that demands shared responsibility as neighbors. It's important to make clear that the Dominican Republic will continue to protect its territorial integrity and to enforce its national migration regime. No state can be blamed for defending its borders nor for guaranteeing the security of its citizens. We cannot, nor we must not bear alone the burden of a crisis that exceeds any national capacity.
It is neither sustainable nor safe for anyone. Every day of inaction pushes the solution to the crisis further away. We must act now. Friends, for small island developing states, the triple planetary crisis, that is climate change, biodiversity loss,
and environmental pollution, is an existential threat. In the Caribbean, this crisis can be specifically seen through the presence of sargassum, a devastating phenomenon affecting our coasts, our public health and livelihoods. We demand solidarity and climate justice, translating into accessible finance, technology transfer and urgent action to protect our oceans. The Dominican Republic is moving towards the ratification of the BBNJ Treaty, convinced that the protection of marine biodiversity is a shared duty. The seas are a source of life. Caring for them means caring for our future. Distinguished delegates, this 80th anniversary should not stand as a ritual of nostalgia, rather a resounding call to renew humanity's covenant with itself. Although we're not facing a world war, the world is hurting on multiple fronts and uncertainty is spreading like a shadow. This is neither the future our predecessors envisioned nor the present that our peoples deserve. The UN cannot limit itself to merely recording crises. It must be a compass in the storm and a beacon in the night. We must ensure that faith in dialogue and consensus, in the power of multilateralism, in human dignity, and in progress that excludes no one, does not fade. Power without justice and progress without equity are nothing more than mirages. The world cannot remain a plan drawn by a handful of architects and inhabited by millions of tenants. A world designed for a few would be a punishment. One designed by and for all would represent a horizon of shared prosperity. The Dominican Republic raises its voice to ensure hope and to summon action. Let peace not be a mere aspiration, but rather a collective decision.
That is our cry. That is our dream. That must be our common pact. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anura Kumara Desanayake, Head of State and President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. General Secretary, honored invitees and distinguished delegates, allow me, Madam Annalena Baerbock, representing the beautiful country of Germany, to begin my speech by offering my warmest congratulations to you on being elected the President of the 80th session of this organization, formed with the noble aim of bringing about a just and lasting peace among the nations of the world. I would also like to use this opportunity to express my country's appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Young for the exceptional leadership he provided during the 79th session. We are gathered here today to plan the future path of this organization, which has worked tirelessly for 8 decades to bring about a world of peace. It is my honor to address this august assembly for the first time as the President of Sri Lanka. As representatives of nations, we all bear the responsibility to work towards fulfilling the aspirations of our people. The decisions we make now will impact people across the world and play a decisive role in the future of this planet, our common home. Distinguished delegates, our decisions will have a very important impact on our future. Poverty, a tragedy as old as human civilization, has accompanied humankind on its journey through time. For centuries, countries across the world have faced this painful and relentless struggle. Poverty and problems stemming from it are also casting an oppressive shadow on our future. This assembly must pay special attention to eradicate extreme poverty. I believe our conscience dictates us to do so. Distinguished delegates, for centuries, many countries in the world are struggling against poverty. Poverty is a terrible enemy with many faces. Even as we gather here, in the countries we represent, including in my own, children are suffering from hunger. A child's right to education is an internationally accepted fundamental right. This right is enshrined in the constitutions of most of our nations. Yet, across the world, poverty has denied this right to hundreds of thousands of children. In a world which boasts of its technological advances, how can there be children without access to education? Education is the foundation of every great nation. It is the most vital factor deciding one's future. We firmly believe that investment in education is an investment in global progress. Many developing countries are constrained in their struggle against poverty by indebtedness. Low-income countries allocate twice as much on debt servicing than on education or healthcare. Our people and our countries are caught in debt traps. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development pledges to leave no one behind and to reach the last first. The agenda acknowledges the most critical challenge before the world is the challenge to end poverty. I would also like to recall the decisions taken at the Global Summit for Social Development in Copenhagen in 1995. However, wars and political upheavals and the COVID pandemic have obstructed the fulfillment of these hopeful agendas. I propose to you that the time has come for us to accept inequality and poverty are a global catastrophe, and we should act accordingly. Madam President, esteemed guests, drugs and organized crimes linked to drugs have become a serious concern to this world. This has been acknowledged in the World Drug Report 2025 published by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. The drug problem is a complex issue affecting millions of people globally. The market for drugs and the related criminal organizations are creating issues globally. Drug cartels are turning entire states into their hunting grounds. They pose a major threat to global health and global politics, and eventually global well-being as well. While Sri Lanka is taking effective steps to address this challenge, I respectfully request all of you to join in the effort to implement the global agenda on drugs and crime. I bring to your notice the need to implement the law strictly against these drug traffickers and prevent drug traffickers from taking refuge in our countries, and also to set up rehabilitation centers for rehabilitation purposes. Madam President, honored guests, we regard corruption as an epidemic causing widespread harm to broad swathes of society. We believe corruption to be an obstruction for development, a decisive threat to democracy and global well-being, and also a cause for poverty. Let me remind you that fighting corruption is dangerous, but not fighting corruption is even more dangerous. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 was a remarkable victory for the people of the world. Civilizational achievements were never accomplished overnight. They were all results of unwavering efforts and sacrifices. And the struggle against corruption is also a difficult one. We must take the necessary steps here. The first step may be difficult, but if the courageous first step we take is correct, 1,000 steps will follow. That is what I believe. Madam President, delegates, be brave. All the rest will follow. Sri Jawaharlal Nehru has once stated so. I represent a small island of nearly 22 million people. Sri Lanka's population is about 0.30 of the global population. It is true that we are small in size and in numbers, yet we have begun the struggle against corruption for the future generations of our country and the world. I propose that corruption should become an integral part of the culture of all UN member countries, the struggle against corruption. Madam President, I feel confident that all of you will join me in condemning war. There is no nation in the world that desires a war. The result of a war is a tragedy wherever it happens. We all know that. Even now, many countries of the world are experiencing the pain of that tragedy. As a country that lived through a 3-decade war, we know well the futility of war. No one who sees the pain and the suffering of parents, spouses, and children of the victims of war would never dream of another war. We have witnessed these painful sights with our own eyes. Even as suffering caused by conflict has reached unprecedented levels, the international community has become reduced to bystanders. Opportunistic power politics has turned the lives of
in terms of how it established universal multilateral diplomacy as a way of addressing conflict. Our country attended the San Francisco conference with the drive and transformative enthusiasm of the democratic revolution of the 20th of October 1944. This was a revolution that today remains a fundamental touchstone for continental aspirations of sovereignty, dignity, and genuine independence. However, from 1960 onwards, Guatemalans endured one of the longest and bloodiest internal wars in our continent. This war claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, entailed countless human rights violations, and opened a deep wound in the collective soul of Guatemalan society. That long chapter of intolerance and political violence came to an end in 1996. Since then, our governments have adopted the peace accords to ensure the full effect of human rights and the non-recurrence of the horrors that we've left behind. The support of the United Nations Verification Mission in Guatemala was decisive in giving the country's diverse sectors the certainty that peace was possible. But this is a struggle that never lets up and that continues to pose important challenges for our society. Guatemala's democracy was supported by the United Nations and other multilateral bodies such as the Organization of American States. In recent decades, we have received support to strengthen our judicial institutions and to combat corruption and impunity. This has helped the people of Guatemala to strengthen their struggle to secure effective government, an independent justice system, clean and transparent elections, and a future of progress and well-being. After a long period of institutional dismantling, during which corruption was simply how the system conventionally worked, Guatemala is now returning to the path of democratic recovery. We're convinced that cleaning up our institutions is essential to consolidating democracy. This despite the difficulties posed by the constant harassment that we suffer from anti-democratic actors entrenched within our justice system. In a hostile context, we have acted to combat corruption and impunity and to promote transparency and accountability. My administration defends, promotes, and protects human rights and does so firmly. We remain committed to safeguarding the freedoms enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. After more than 7 years, we have reopened our doors to the monitoring mechanisms of the United Nations Human Rights Protection System. We have received 7 official visits, including that of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the visit of the Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers, and of the Special Rapporteur on adequate housing. However, the results that we've achieved so far are not enough. The process of change that we're undergoing requires improving how we take collective decisions. In a country where exclusion and discrimination were everyday features of our public administration, my government is breaking down historical barriers and is working hand in hand with the ancestral authorities of indigenous peoples, with civil society and with various business sectors, so that together we can foster development throughout the country. We know that there can be no democracy without social justice, nor social justice without democracy. We are engaged in a decisive struggle against corrupt and authoritarian forces who seek at all costs to keep institutions in their control and to perpetuate impunity. In their determination to pervert justice, they criminalize and persecute indigenous leaders who defended democracy, such as Luis Pacheco, journalists who denounce corruption, such as José Rubén Zamora, judges such as Virginia La Parra, and anyone else who opposes their designs of corruption and impunity, driving them into exile or imprisoning them arbitrarily. 2026 will be a crucial year for Guatemala. It will bring elections for new authorities in key oversight and justice bodies. It's essential that these selection processes be conducted transparently, impartially, and in accordance with the law. We have therefore formally requested the technical and political support of our strategic partners to ensure that these processes meet the highest standards of legitimacy. Preserving our democracy and the possibility of building a genuine rule of law in Guatemala depends on this. I invite the international community to continue supporting these efforts through technical oversight, institutional assistance, and further cooperation. Madam President, distinguished delegates, beyond our domestic efforts, Guatemala strives to meet its commitments to its neighbors and to the world. We are strengthening our capacity to be able to address the needs of the thousands of migrants who transit our territory, ensuring that they receive dignified treatment, the same dignified treatment that we demand for Guatemalans abroad. At the same time, we are tackling the root causes of poverty that have forced so many Guatemalans to migrate, and we are stepping up the assistance that we provide to our citizens in the United States and in Mexico. Together with our neighbors, we are promoting major initiatives to combat transnational organized crime and drug trafficking. We participate actively in 7 peacekeeping missions and contribute 150 personnel to the multinational security support mission in Haiti. We support the Secretary General's proposal to transform that mission into a hybrid mission backed by the organization and financed from the assessed peacekeeping contributions. We reaffirm our support for Haiti and its efforts to achieve stability with the backing of the international community. Distinguished delegates, climate change is the greatest existential threat facing humanity. It can only be addressed through joint action by the peoples and governments of the world. One example of this is the collaboration that we've established with our neighbors in Mexico and Belize to protect the biocultural corridor of the Great Maya Forest, which is one of the continent's main lungs. Although Guatemala is responsible for only a tiny fraction of global emissions, we are one of the countries that is most vulnerable to their effects. That's why we have reactivated and strengthened our National Climate Change Council. This is tasked with reviewing national plans, strategies, and targets that contribute to the quest for common solutions. Guatemala recognizes that many countries need effective access to climate finance, to technology transfer, and capacity building. We therefore urge all states to honor their climate finance pledges and to accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement.
De la paz, ofreciendo nuestra experiencia y nuestro conocimiento en donde se necesite. Así es.
This is how Guatemala participates in this great mosaic of the United Nations. Madam President, the forthcoming judgment of the International Court of Justice will bring an end to the territorial, insular, and maritime dispute with our neighbor Belize. The written phase has now been concluded and the oral hearings are scheduled for next year. We now stand before an historic opportunity to open a new chapter in relations between the two countries. Resolving this dispute peacefully is an example of how even the most complex differences can lead to peace and cooperation. Guatemala reiterates its commitment to strengthening its bilateral relations with Belize on the basis of mutual respect, peaceful cooperation, and the observance of international law. Distinguished delegates, we are at a crossroads. At times when dialogue and consensus building are seen as signs of weakness, when the shadow of authoritarianism grows in many parts of the planet, when disinformation is leading many people to seek out quick fixes, even at the cost of sacrificing their own freedoms. It is our duty to reaffirm the values and principles of solidarity, which for 80 years have guided the spirit of this organization. My country makes an urgent appeal for us to remember that multilateralism is a matter of humanity. Humanity understood as the community of human beings inhabiting this planet and aspiring to equality, happiness, and well-being. But this is also humanity understood as the quality that allows us to feel empathy, to feel compassion, and to be profoundly offended by any form of injustice committed against our fellow human beings. For Guatemala, it is very clear that injustice anywhere in the world is unacceptable. Our main task as the United Nations is to recover a certainty, which is that we can and must live together in peace. The universal aspiration for a world without war and the desire for sustainable peace mean ensuring legitimate, open and plural processes to make decision-making more effective. This quest for legitimacy must not become an obstacle or an excuse for delaying necessary action. The United Nations has not fulfilled its mandate to act when military machinery is devastating individuals, families, communities, and entire populations in the name of security and sovereignty, as is happening right now in Ukraine, in Sudan, and in Gaza. We must immediately halt the attacks and guarantee the entry of humanitarian assistance to all war-torn territories. We must put an end to the invasion of Ukraine, an end to the war in Sudan, a total end to the suffering and death of the civilians in Gaza. We also call for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages. Consistent with the position that we have maintained since 1947, Guatemala calls for renewed efforts to achieve a peaceful settlement to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, ensuring the establishment of a state for the Palestinian people and its peaceful coexistence with the State of Israel. We should never have reached this point. It's up to us to learn from this painful moment and to act accordingly, as others have done over the last 80 years in this very hall. That's why we need to discuss and promote reforms of the United Nations that make our work more efficient and brings it closer to the peoples of the world. We must strengthen the impact of the United Nations in its three fundamental pillars: international peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. We reiterate the urgent need to reform the Security Council of the United Nations. This body, which is tasked with maintaining international peace and security, must reflect the realities of the 21st century, not the geopolitical structures of the past. We therefore support a more representative and democratic structure that removes the complications of the veto power and reflects today's geopolitical reality. In this regard, I wish to make my own the words of a former UN Secretary General, Dag Hammarskjöld, when he said, "This organization was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." Peoples of the world, today multilateralism is in crisis. Its survival as joint action by free nations giving meaning, orientation and life to this organization depends on our ability to reform it and at the root. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We must strive to ensure that the United Nations becomes a community of united human beings caring for life in all of its forms and everywhere. Only this will guarantee true peace. Vera paz. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank President of Guatemala. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre
The Assembly will now hear address from His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros. I invite protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellence,
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Royal Highnesses, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished guests, allow me first of all, on behalf of the Comorian delegation, to address our warmest thanks to the American authorities for the hearty welcome and the excellent organisation of the 80th session of our Assembly. I would also wish to congratulate Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock on her election to preside over this session of our Assembly, and wish her every success in this noble mission, and also at the same time pay tribute to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, and note the wisdom and rigour with which he led the work of the previous session of the General Assembly. Finally, I wish to commend the enlightened leadership of His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, whose tireless commitment to peace and development accurately embodies the ideologies enshrined in our Charter at a time when the international order is unfortunately facing severe turbulence. President, the theme of this 80th session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, is as urgent and relevant as ever in the current global context. 10 years ago, in this very room, we set the ambition to build a better world by 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals were supposed to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and provide everyone with peace and prosperity. However, with 5 years to go before the deadline, it is notable that the world is not more just, more peaceful, or more equitable. On the contrary, inequalities have increased, conflicts multiplied, and humanity is moving further and further away from the vision that once drove us. This is the case in Europe with the conflict in Ukraine, in Africa, the situation in the Sahel, and the crisis in the Great Lakes region. The Palestinian tragedy is perhaps the most shocking demonstration of this. For more than 70 years now, and today even more so than before, the Palestinian people have been suffering the pillaging of their ancestral lands, suffering exile, torture, and humiliation. Their recent history is simply a succession of pages written in blood, indifference, and scorn. When faced with this tragedy, rightly qualified as a genocide by many experts, the international community is far too often simply verbally condemning this without any concrete action. We rightly condemned the barbaric acts committed on the 7th of October in Israel, but the disproportionate response that has been unleashed in Gaza since then is indeed a genocide. 80% of the victims are children, older persons, or the ill. They have been killed by shelling which does not spare hospitals, aid distribution centres, schools, UN staff, or journalists. The crimes perpetrated against Palestine
stem from an untenable contradiction. Indeed, how can a government elected by a people who are victim of the Holocaust, how can they commit a genocide before the very eyes of the entire world and inflict similar trauma on others today? War, exile, and oppression. How can Israel, in addition, take it out on everyone else, entering into deadly conflict with all of its neighbours? As the old adage goes, we don't choose our neighbours, but we have to live in peace and security with them. Thus, we must welcome the courage and the humanity of the Israelis, friends from Israel who are raising their voices against this barbarity. Bravo and thank you to you, dear friends. And as history reminds us, when we look at the tragedy of the Holocaust, Arab, African and Muslim countries have never been on the side of the perpetrators of genocide. On the contrary, our forefathers and our ancestors were risking their lives. They fought alongside the Allies to defend the Jewish people and hosted them, welcomed the survivors into their countries. President of the Union of the Comoros, loyal as it is to its principles and respecting international law, reaffirms its tireless support to the two-state solution, living side by side with East Jerusalem as the capital of the State of Palestine, which is the only solution for peace and security for Israel and for the entire Near and Middle East region. Unlike the argument put forward whereby recognizing the State of Palestine is a gift to Hamas, having a Palestine state that is recognized will allow the Palestinian people to accomplish their duties and obligations under international law. This is the best gauge of establishing peace, rather than having groups as interlocutors and negotiators. Thus, we welcome the historic decision taken by France, and we pay tribute here to President Macron, and also to the leaders of many other countries, who, on Monday the 23rd of September, recognised the State of Palestine at this UN rostrum. We welcome this positive initiative, which comes following the New York Declaration, which was adopted also in September by the General Assembly. In a continuation of this international conference, organised in August by France and Saudi Arabia, under the aegis of the United Nations. We called on this assembly to put the future of the Palestinian state once and for all on our common agenda. It is our moral responsibility to act, because with every day that goes by without action being taken, thousands of innocent people, women and children, die. No one will be able to say anymore, "I didn't know." History will be our judge. It will not forgive silence nor inaction. Let us think of the future generations, so that tomorrow they could be proud of what we did. President, peace and development cannot be built without justice and inclusion. That is why, 65 years after a wave of independence, Africa is a continent of more than 2 billion people. Now Africa must finally obtain its legitimate and rightful place within the Security Council of the United Nations. The vision of the African Union, a united, prosperous, peaceful Africa that is master of its own fate, fully echoes the spirit of this session. During my presidency of the African Union, I prioritised conflict resolution and mediation to, once and for all, silence the guns. This is a flagship initiative of the African Union as part of the 2063 agenda, the Africa we want, and it is in line with the norms and principles and protocols of the African Union regarding the African Peace and Security Council. This commitment is the key for the effective implementation of the African Free Trade Area, which itself is a pillar for a strong Africa within the concert of nations. President, distinguished guests, in the same vein, I wish to recall that the declaration adopted by the General Assembly at its 26th session declared the Indian Ocean a zone of peace, free from nuclear weapons and military bases. However, still today, competing ambitions are threatening this stability. Thus, I strongly condemn and denounce any project to install a military base in Mayotte, a Comorian island which, unfortunately, is still under French administration. The Union of the Comoros, they were just celebrated 50 years of independence and accession to the United Nations. We remain committed to the full entirety of our national territory, Anjouan, Grand Comore, Mohéli and Mayotte, all of it. I wish to reiterate the gratitude of the people and the government of the Comoros to all of those who, as we mark this half-century anniversary, have congratulated us and sent their best wishes. In this context, from this rostrum, I cannot also ignore the question of Mayotte, a Comorian island which is still under French occupation, despite clear and repeated resolutions of the UN, of the African Union, and from other bodies too. The dialogue that has begun with France, what the late President Mitterrand called an unfortunate dispute, must reach a successful conclusion, because this dispute has gone on far too long, and every year it costs the lives of thousands of our compatriots in the stretch of sea that separates Mayotte and its sister islands. This week, very serious facts were unveiled by an investigation from the French newspaper Le Monde, which reported on deliberate manoeuvres on the part of the police operating in Mayotte, who carrying out regularly sinking boats which cost the lives of several Comorian citizens. Thus, the Union of the Comoros calls on the French state, the occupying power, to stop these operations, to launch the appropriate investigations and to punish the perpetrators of this barbarity so that justice be served and so that the dignity of human lives be respected. On our side, the Union of the Comoros will tirelessly continue its diplomatic and legal action so that justice can be served and so that a just solution can be found to the question of the Comorian island of Mayotte, which is one of the last open wounds of decolonization in Africa. We thus regret that some brotherly countries in Africa who've always defended international law and the Comorian cause are today prevaricating and undertaking unfortunate initiatives with France to establish relations with Mayotte, in spite of international law and our national sovereignty. We call on the African Union to act, to recall the duty and necessity for the respect of international law and the respect for unity of our archipelago. President, distinguished guests, much like many small island developing states, Comoros are on the front line of climate change, and we remain a vulnerable but determined country. Rising seas, coastal erosion, and the increased frequency of cyclones are posing a threat to our villages, our ecosystems, and our lives. We call for equitable and simplified access to climate financing. We call for increased solidarity, too, so that our people can not only survive, but prosper. In recent years, the Union of the Comoros has launched an emerging Comoros plan, which seeks to transform our economy, strengthen our infrastructure, modernize our education system, and improve our people's health. Our country has a vast potential in terms of renewable energy, including geothermal energy. We invite our bilateral and multilateral partners and the private sector to join this promising development project. It is based on 3 pillars: inclusive growth, the energy and digital transition, the blue economy. one of the great riches, which is the Indian Ocean. The security across our region depends on the stability of each and every one of its states, and thus we condemn strongly all forms of terrorism and transnational crime. We advocate for strong and just multilateralism and solidarity based on the UN Charter and the respect for the sovereign equality of states. We must reaffirm also our commitment to a fairer world order, where small states have a voice and can fully participate in global governance, and to turn back the tide of protectionism and stop people looking inward. We advocate for reform of the international financial architecture. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis and the increasing debt of developing countries, it is crucial to adapt the global financial system to the economic, geopolitical and social realities. 50 years after its independence, the Comorian nation is still a young one, but it is buoyed by its experience and by its dreams. The Comorian people is proud of its history and confident in its future, and they remain committed to this assembly, which embodies our common aspirations for peace, justice and development, which must be consistently consolidated. I therefore solemnly appeal to the international community and our development partners to support our efforts so that we can have a world that really is for peace, development and human rights. Thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Union of the Comoros. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Ms. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President. When the founders of the UN convened 8 years ago, they did so to establish an organization, among others, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, dignity of human person, and equal rights of men and women, and of nations, large and small, and to lay the groundwork for a durable system that promotes justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and international laws. While over the following decades, we have become closer to the brink of war, the United Nations has stood the test of time, from decolonization to promoting the right to self-determination, from conflict prevention and securing peace to the provision of humanitarian assistance. The UN has continued to fulfill its founding mandate under very difficult circumstances. Therefore, the international community must honor the brave men and women who, under the blue flag, have been at the forefront in the securing of world peace. Namibia's journey to independence is one of the UN's most successful stories. It was through this very organization that our forebears tirelessly petitioned for the end of apartheid, colonial rule in Namibia, for freedom and independence of our country. At this point, I want to thank the UN family for having held a special session in remembrance of our founding president, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma, when he passed on. Madam President, my personal journey with the United Nations begins in 1974, where I have had the privilege to serve my country and Africa in various capacities within the halls of this distinguished global organ. Today, I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you as the 5th President of the Republic of Namibia with a mandate to deliver services and to ensure justice of all inhabitants of our country. As a woman, I encourage every girl and woman by affirming that your voice matters, your vision is needed, as it will pave you a way to the helm of whatever institution you are serving. Madam President, Namibia's 8th administration is built on the strong foundation and legacy of our predecessors. Under the theme, Unity in Diversity, Natural Resources Beneficiation, and Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development. That theme aims to shape and transform the Namibian economy through value addition and other economic activities. Hence, we have identified agriculture, sports, youth empowerment, education and training, creative industry, health services, land and housing as critical sectors supported by mining, energy, water, tourism, infrastructure development, transport, logistics, to sustain our economic development through our long-term development blueprint, Vision 2030. This vision is being implemented through a series of national development plans, NDPs. Recently, we launched the 6th NDP with its fundamental pillars clearly aligned to the global agenda, such as the SADC Regional Inductive Strategic Development Plan, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Some of our achievements include the launch and the operationalization of the National Youth Fund, which is to assist young entrepreneurs in their economic activities. In the area of education, we will abolish registration and tuition fees in all public institutions of higher learning and vocational training centers to ensure skill development. On energy, Namibia is diversifying her energy mix using all our natural resources. In addition, Namibia presented her energy compact at the African Energy Forum, thus enabling us to access concessional funding for national energy initiatives. Madam President, climate change is scorching our lands and drying up our rivers. Global instability is impacting our economies, our markets, and jeopardizing our livelihood. These are interconnected symptoms of deeper fragility in our shared system. They require our collective action rooted in apathy and shared responsibility. In this regard, I am glad to announce Namibia's bid to host the Africa Regional Hub of the Green Climate Fund. Furthermore, severe droughts, floods, and other climatics brought about by climate change cannot be overemphasized. Namibia calls for the implementation of the provision of the Namib Declaration on a strong United Nations Convention to combat desertification for a land degradation and neutral world. Namibia acknowledges the technological advance in all fields, but ethical boundaries must be respected. However, artificial intelligence must not be a substitute for human judgment or responsibility. We therefore call for a global standard that ensures that the usage of artificial intelligence remains transparent, fair for humanity. Youth unemployment, increased economic inequality, lack of adequate housing, quality education and health care, water, energy, and debt distress are among the common challenges that no one country can address alone. Through multilateral cooperation, our collective action must ensure that we all forge ahead to make the world a better place and to work together on those challenges in line with our theme, Better Together. Madam President, 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, we have made much to celebrate and to ponder on. Namibia continues to make progress in the area of women participation in politics and decision-making. Currently, Namibia's cabinet has 57% of women. As we gear up to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, adopted during Namibia's presidency of the UN Security Council, Namibia will host two high-level events in Windhoek and New York. I look forward to the participation of all member states in those events to collectively reaffirm commitment to women, peace and security agenda. And through the Namibia International Women Peace Center, we will continue to advocate for the universal implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Madam President, we note to the ongoing efforts of the UN to ensure that we remain fit for purpose, including the UN 8 initiative. We need an agile United Nations that is inclusive, respect of the UN Charter, and its purpose and principles must be our guiding star for our future endeavors. Madam President, we are meeting against a backdrop of profound global tension. The world is fractured by conflict, displacement, and economic instabilities straining multilateral cooperation and a serious issue for us to reach consensus. A global liquidity crisis threatens to plunge millions of people into poverty and insecurity. For Namibia, those crises are real. They impact our communities, test the resilience of our ecosystem, thus need urgent attention. In this context, the Southern Africa Development Community is committed to promoting peace, security, and stability in the Eastern DRC. Namibia welcomes the ongoing efforts by the AU, SADC, and AC to align the Rwanda and Nairobi peace process and encourage the continued strengthening of political and security aspects of the challenges faced in our region. We further call upon UN Security Council and good office of the UN Secretary General to strengthen negotiation and peacekeeping initiatives towards resolutions of all conflict, including those in different parts of Africa. The impasse in the UN security over the question of Western Sahara is an injustice. More than 34 years after the adoption of the Resolution 690 of 1991, the time for the holding of the UN referendum on the right to self-determination for the people of Western Sahara is now. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Ezuwine Consensus and the Third Declaration, which jointly constitute the common African position on the reform of the UN Security Council. We acknowledge the support from all interested groups for the common African position, which culminated in the recognition of Africa as a priority and a special case in the reform process, as reflected in the outcome documents of relevant United Nations process, including the Pact for the Future. We can no longer delay the urgent call to redress the historical injustice to Africa and address our call for equitable and balanced representation on the Security Council. Madam President, the Charter of the United Nations has laid the foundation for conditions necessary for peaceful coexistence and harmony among nations. Therefore, unilateral cohesive measures should not be used as a tool to undermine sovereign state, for this violates the Charter and the principle of the United Nations. In this regard, we call for an end to the continued illegal economic, financial, and commercial embargo imposed on the friendly people of Cuba and removing her from the list of states sponsoring terrorism. We call for an end to the illegal sanctions on Zimbabwe. We are also gravely concerned about the emerging threats against Venezuela and call for the removal of sanctions and the threats against that country. Madam President, the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestine territory, including Israel, Eastern Jerusalem, has just released its findings that indeed a genocide is being committed against the Palestine people. Despite the clear provision of the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions and advisory opinion rendered by the international community of justice, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening, and access to humanitarian aid is very limited. A failure to address the crisis in Gaza could become the moral failure that defines this era. We call on the UN Security Council to find consensus and help put an end to the lasting conflict between Israel and Palestine. Madam President, I call for a meaningful reform of the United Nations. As a call for the meaningful reform of the United Nations has never been more urgent. This reform necessitated democratizing global governance, amplifying marginalized voices, and ensuring international law is not a tool for convenience, but a shield for most vulnerable. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Namibia's commitment to the international obligation and the multilateral order. Respect for international law is not just a legal duty, it's a moral imperative. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principle that unite us, mutual respect, and peaceful resolution of dispute, and solidarity in the face of common challenge. Let us remember that even the smallest nation have a voice. When those voices are heard and heeded, durable peace and justice will prevail. We have an obligation to make this our moment, not to despair, but renewal. We have the opportunity to restore hope, to build a future defined not only by division, but by unity and preservation of human dignity. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Madam President on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also record my profound appreciation for His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon, whose distinguished stewardship and steady hand guided the 79th session. Today, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the entry into force of the United Nations Charter, we find ourselves at a crossroads. This organization, our organization, has delivered. From creating international law, promoting development and human rights, to resolving disputes, providing humanitarian aid, and advancing self-determination and independence. The fact remains, over these 8 decades, we have worked together for the greater good. From 51 member states in 1945 to 193 today, the UN has established itself as the premier organization for multilateralism. In fact, it is difficult to imagine our world without the United Nations. However, as it is with anniversaries, we must reflect honestly and candidly, where are we at 80? Conflicts are raging as geopolitical tensions intensify. Food insecurity is worsening. Displacement is growing. Human rights are being ignored, and climate change is threatening lives and livelihoods. Our Sustainable Development Goals are imperiled by shrinking development and budget support. Spending on peacekeeping budgets is diminishing, and humanitarian costs are soaring. Meanwhile, global military spending in 2024 saw its steepest annual increase since the Cold War. President, the United Nations noble mission to maintain international peace and security will ring hollow if it allows power to triumph over principle and might to override right. In remaining faithful to its charter, the United Nations must ensure that the survival and progress of humanity are not mortgaged to the ambitions of the powerful. The collective will of our membership must be reflected in the institutions and governance structure of the United Nations, including the Security Council. On this note, as we prepare to leave the Security Council at the end of this year, I want to thank our permanent representative and a team from Guyana for their exceptional work at the Security Council and their leadership. It is precisely when the ideals of the United Nations are tested by horrific realities that the collective must act in defense of the UN Charter and international law. At present, a dark shadow looms over the 80th session of the General Assembly. Genocide in Palestine, annexation of Ukrainian territory, persecution of women in Afghanistan, humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan, brutal gang violence in Haiti, increased transnational organized crime, trafficking, and illegal immigration. All this as new challenges are emerging: cybercrime, cyberterrorism, and the pandemic of misinformation and disinformation, alongside the abuse of social media. President, whilst we reiterate our condemnation of the attacks by Hamas on Israel on October 7, 2023, and again call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, Israel's actions have long shattered any pretense of legitimate self-defense. What we are witnessing is not warfare, but mass extermination, a systematic slaughter and displacement of Palestinian men, women, and children. Those who escape the bombs and bullets are condemned to die slowly, starve of food, water, and hope. This is a war crime. The international community must not remain paralyzed while an entire people is annihilated. Impunity must never triumph over justice. We must take urgent action to halt the genocide, return the hostages, and accelerate our efforts towards the two-state solution. We urge Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to continue their efforts in this regard. Further, the situation in Ukraine remains of utmost concern. Guyana reiterates its call for an urgent end to the Russia-Ukraine war and reaffirms its support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Equally, the international community must act decisively in Haiti, where gang violence, displacement, and shortages of food and medicine have pushed the nation into deepening despair. Restoring security is the foremost priority, requiring strict enforcement of the arms embargo and robust support for a UN-authorized mission. I emphasize that without urgent humanitarian funding and a Haitian-led and owned political process, stability will remain elusive. We must address the root causes of Haiti's continuing troubles, including its historical debt burdens, which stymies its development, prospects, and upliftment of its people. As President Macron acknowledged, making Haiti pay for its independence was unjust. This is a welcome step. President, turning to my own country, Guyana, a small and peaceful state, we have endured repeated threats and aggression from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The territorial controversy between our states is now before the International Court of Justice, which has twice reaffirmed its jurisdiction and which in 2023 issued provisional measures ordering Venezuela to refrain from altering the status quo. Yet, Venezuela persists with unilateral laws and threats of annexation, flagrantly violating international law, the UN Charter, and the very principles that sustain global order. If the rights of a small state can be trampled upon and legally binding orders ignored, what protection remains for any nation under international law? Yet, Guyana continues to repose confidence in international law. For us, the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference are non-negotiable. We will not cower to coercion, intimidation, or unilateral action. We thank our international partners and allies for their solidarity. President, at Haiti, the time has come for a frank conversation on Cuba, one that would lead to the prosperity of its people, optimizing the full potential Cuba offers to its people and the rest of the world. Central to this dialogue is the lifting of the embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list as a state sponsor of terrorism. Also important to our region is our collective effort against drug trafficking, human trafficking, and illegal migration. We support efforts by the international community to addressing these crimes that are destroying the lives of our people, especially young people. The region must continue to champion efforts to enhance democracy, promote good governance, and respect the will of the people in determining governments of their choice through free and fair elections. President, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The Declaration remains a blueprint for achieving gender equality, which, despite transformative strides, remains significantly unrealized in most parts of the world. In Guyana, the dividends of strategic investments in leadership and capacity building for women and girls are evident. More women have assumed leadership roles in government, in parliament, and in public and private sectors. We have achieved gender parity in education at all levels and advanced the socio-economic empowerment of women through land and home ownership and diverse job opportunities in traditional and emerging sectors. To enable women to participate equally and competitively in the workforce, government is offering child care support, which will include day and night care centers for children. President, survival of our people, our economies, and our planet depends on accelerating action on the Sustainable Development Goals. It requires a people-centered approach that prioritizes ending poverty and hunger, ensuring protection of children, support for persons with disabilities, and empowerment of young people. Peace, stability, and sustainable development cannot exist in isolation from the urgent need to address climate change, which poses an existential threat to the most vulnerable and to our shared future. Guyana repeats the call for accelerated, unified global action to limit global warming. We continue to match our words with actions, protecting our forests, investing in sea and river defenses, improving drainage and irrigation, and restoring mangrove ecosystems to protect our people, our land, our livelihoods, and our planet. Our low-carbon development strategy 2030 demonstrates that economic growth and environmental stewardship can advance hand in hand. As the first country certified under the RED+ Environmental Excellence Standard and a successful seller of carbon credits, we are demonstrating that nature has tangible value and that innovation and responsibility can and must be rewarded. We call on the international community to deliver predictable, accessible climate finance to support adaptation and resilience and to embrace nature-based solutions. We once again commend Prime Minister Motley and the Bridgetown Initiative as the path towards sustainable financing for climate action. President, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, the slow pace of implementation and regression in many areas sound a stark warning that the promise of 2030 is at risk. Guyana calls for renewed global commitment to financing for development, including fulfilling official development assistance pledges, mobilizing domestic resources, and addressing the crippling debt burdens that hinder progress in many developing nations. Addressing these development challenges requires recognizing that the health of our ecosystems is inseparable from achieving the SDGs. Guyana proudly convened the inaugural Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit in Georgetown in July 2025, uniting over 140 countries, organizations, community groups, indigenous leaders, scientists, and financial institutions. The Georgetown Declaration, endorsed by this broad coalition of stakeholders, sends a clear and urgent message that biodiversity is a global public good and its protection must be woven into national development plans, climate strategies, and financial frameworks. Building on the global pledge to double protected areas by 2025 and achieve the 30 by 30 goal by 2030, the summit underscored the urgent need for innovative financing mechanisms, including biodiversity credit, green bonds, debt for nature swaps to fund nature's protection. Guyana is actively exploring biodiversity credits to create sustainable income streams for forest communities, building on our carbon credit success. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Yale Center for Biodiversity and Global Change to co-develop a national biodiversity information system, a digital backbone for data-driven conversation. Guyana is demonstrating that economic development and environmental stewardship can advance together by using natural gas as a bridge away from heavy fuel oil and investing in hydropower, solar, wind, and other renewables. We aim to lower electricity costs for our citizens and businesses while ensuring universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Guyana is pursuing an ambitious energy infrastructure and investment plan. While climate change is an existential threat, the reality is that the world still requires energy, an energy source from petroleum, to power growth and development for which there is growing demand. This is essential for the survival of our economies. AI and digitization are accelerating this demand at an extraordinary pace. As you're aware, Guyana is quickly becoming one of the world's largest energy producers per capita, carefully balancing its green footprint with energy production. We'll use our vast gas reserves through a transformational gas-to-energy project. We'll use this resource, taking advantage of our strategic geographic location, to establish an AI hyperscale data center. Large AI data centers are rarely found in similar-sized territories. As such, implementing a project of this scale is of immense pride for Guyana. This investment will improve the competitiveness of our region, accelerate digitization, build out a fintech ecosystem, modernize the service delivery platform of government, and accelerate private investment, bringing new job opportunities. We recognize the indispensable nature of AI in our collective future. However, while there are immense benefit, there is no clarity on equity, access, and applicability. Regulations, ethical standards, and governance mechanisms are urgently needed. In this regard, we welcome the recent UN General Assembly decision to establish 2 global AI governance mechanisms. President, I now turn to food security. Guyana is actively leading efforts to advance the CARICOM agri-food systems agenda through Vision 2030, aiming to boost food production, end hunger, and ensure food security across the Caribbean region. Our experience demonstrates that strategic investment and political will can transform national and regional food systems. Guyana calls for the transformation of global food systems to be more resilient, sustainable, and equitable by strengthening local production and reducing dependence on volatile markets. Guyana stands ready to share its experience and partner with others to ensure nutritious food for all. As the United Nations commemorates its 80th anniversary, let us recall that this organization was conceived not in comfort, but in crisis, forged from the ashes of war to serve as the conscience and compass of humanity. 8 decades later, that duty has not dimmed, it has only grown more urgent. If the UN is to remain humanity's best hope, it must stand firm against aggression and remain fully engaged with the great question of our time. We must be bold in recognizing the necessity for institutional adjustments that will advance the organization's success. Our generation will be judged not by the eloquence of our declaration, but by the substance of our deeds. From the ruins of Gaza to the streets of Haiti, from Kiev to the drowning coasts of small island states, the peoples of the world cry out for more than words. To honor 80 years of promise is to act with courage, to match principle with action, and to bind ourselves once more to the dream of a world united, not by fear or force, but by the shared destiny and enduring hope. I thank you, and may God bless all of our nations and all of our people. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Taneti Mamao, President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Head of States and Governments, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In His holy name and on behalf of the government and the people of Kiribati, I extend our warm greetings to you all. I am honored to warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over this historic 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. and I wish you every success as you guide these important deliberations. Madam President, we commend your theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace and development and human rights, reminding us of the enduring importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global challenges. For Kiribati, it underscores the value of working collectively to advance peace, safeguard human rights, and promote sustainable development. Your Excellencies, Kiribati welcomes the initiative of the Secretary General to reform the United Nations for the challenges and realities of the 21st century in order for it to respond more effectively to member needs, especially small island developing states or SIDS, and the least developed countries, LDS. These countries are faced with unique and special circumstances that require targeted assistance and support from the UN. The Secretary General's UN Haiti initiative is a crucial step toward a more effective UN. In this context, we encourage reforms that remove duplication, improve efficiency, and ensure that mandates most vital to vulnerable nations, such as climate action, sustainable development, and resilience, are protected and enhanced. Kiribati is proud. Since joining the UN, we have been contributing in our way to its mandates and its initiatives. On the international level, especially peace and security, Kiribati has actively supported the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, particularly in the implementation of Articles 6 and 7, efforts which we jointly coordinate with Kazakhstan. We fully support the United Nations push for a world free of nuclear weapons and are committed to addressing man-made disasters like dumping of nuclear waste, radioactivity wastewater discharges, and traversing of nuclear-powered submarines, and testing that pose grave risk to our oceans' fragile health. Advocating for a nuclear-free ocean and a world should be backed by our commitment to peace and security. Kiribati has strengthened governance in the capital and is now working with the outer highlands to improve accountability, develop relevant initiatives, manage assets, and enhance customer service. These efforts are very essential for peace and security. Aligned with our KV20 roadmap to transform Kiribati into a healthy, wealthy, and peaceful nation, we sent our police officers to support the UN peacekeeping missions. Kiribati also actively engages in social and cultural initiatives for peaceful living. Gospel Day, now celebrated across Kiribati, unites all faith-based organizations to worship together, fostering respect, unity, and peace. We hope this approach promotes religious tolerance worldwide, making it a better place to live. Peace, security, and respect for the UN Charter are essential for sustainable development. Kiribati is committed to SDGs, emphasizing SIDS, or small island developing states, unique circumstances. Along with the other SIDS in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABES, we aim for resilient prosperity through technological and digital solutions. These innovations are vital to overcoming challenges from geographical isolation and limited economies of scale. While Kiribati has technological constraints, we see digital solutions as key to enhancing public services, education, commerce, and climate resilience. Kiribati faces climate challenges, but it remains resilient. While some narratives claim our islands are sinking, we have traditional and modern strategies to adapt and thrive. Our efforts, aligned with international climate goals, focus on building resilience, protecting livelihoods, and preserving our culture. We urge global action to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and support frontline states to the loss and damage front. We welcome and commend the International Court of Justice in its landmark decision, giving its firm hope and assurance that Kiribati and other vulnerable countries will continue to exist in light of climate change impacts. This milestone demonstrates what the Blue Pacific can successfully achieve collectively, and that is to secure the full legal certainty and permanence of our maritime zones, irrespective of the impacts of climate change. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, is particularly important for Kiribati as it captures the combined effect of economic, social, and environmental vulnerabilities that are not fully reflected in the income-based measures alone. By incorporating the MVI into development planning and international supports, countries like Kiribati can better access resources, build resilience, and implement effective strategies to achieve sustainable development despite our structural limitations. Kiribati's ocean is vital for its identity, economy, and food security. Protecting marine life, fighting illegal fishing, and supporting the BBNJ agreements are key to sustaining livelihoods and ecosystems. IUU fishing causes over US $600 million annual loss, a moral and economic injustice that could fund universal childcare. Guided by the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific and recent UN Ocean Conference outcomes, Kiribati believes these issues can be addressed through strong multilateral ocean governance based on the UN principles. Your Excellencies, as part of Kiribati's efforts to support the global ocean commitments to protect and sustainably manage the marine resources, we have committed to increase the value of our tuna and maximize economic returns, and at the same time ensure that this resource is protected for our future generations to the parties of the Nauru Agreement or the PNA. Access to sustainable and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati. Small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large Access to sustainable development and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati, as well as small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large. Kiribati is investing in clean energy technologies, such as solar lights at household levels, to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. We call for the enhanced international cooperation and financing to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy systems that are accessible, affordable, and climate resilient. Your Excellencies, the role of education, youth, and women in building resilient communities is vital. Investing in quality education, promoting gender equality, and empowering young people are key to sustainable development, innovation, and social cohesion. We support initiatives that foster youth leadership and women's full participation in the economic, political, and social spheres. Sports, culture, and traditional knowledge further boost community resilience, health, and belonging, supporting peaceful and sustainable societies. Healthcare in Kiribati faces challenges from the dispersed nature of the islands. To improve, the government will introduce sea ambulances and advance medical services to enhance capacity and reduce the need for overseas referrals. Your Excellencies, equitable and predictable development financing is vital for Kiribati's future. Reforming the international financial system, improving access to concessional finance, data, sustainability, and bridging the digital divide are key to enabling states to meet their development goals. The Blue Pacific recognizes the challenge of accessing climate financing and supports the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, led and known by members, with $162 million pledged to fund it. Kiribati highlights the importance of the Doha Programme of Action for Least Developed Countries, which mobilizes international support for the most vulnerable. We await the UN financing for development conference, hoping it would provide concrete solutions to improve access to finance for those in need. These efforts are crucial for less developing countries like Kiribati to build resilience and promote sustainable development. Kiribati reaffirms its belief in the fundamental principle of multilateralism as the cornerstone for addressing global challenges collectively. By embracing cooperation, solidarity, and multilateral engagement, we can shape a future in which all nations, particularly the vulnerable, can thrive and prosper. In this endeavor, we draw inspirations from the wisdom of our forefathers, who taught us that by working hard in resilience and peace, we can secure enough to prosper. This enduring principle guides Kiribati's approach to sustainable development, resilience, and multilateral engagement, reminding us that collective efforts and peaceful collaborations are the foundation of lasting progress. Allow me to close by bestowing upon the United Nations and all its members and all its staff our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Roi, the Tabamoa, meaning abundant health, peace, and prosperity. I thank you, Ambassador.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente.
President of the General Assembly, colleagues, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. President, on behalf of Senegal, I wish to thank your predecessor and also extend to you our warmest wishes for success in your presidency of this, the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would like to reiterate to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our constant support in the exercise of his noble mission to benefit member states. We are meeting today in this symbolic place of universal dialogue, aware that we carry the burden of history and the urgent nature of the tasks before us today. The theme of this session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, reminds us, indeed, the founding pact of the United Nations. It is a pact of peaceful coexistence, collective security, and an international order based on the law. On this foundation, the United Nations has made undeniable progress in cooperation and solidarity to prevent conflict, promote international peace and security, and to settle disputes. Equally, significant progress has also been made in the codification of universal norms for the protection of human rights and to create a safer and more peaceful international order. But 80 years following the creation of the United Nations, the world is teetering again, as if we had been caught in the same currents that dragged humanity into two major disasters in the space of one generation. We are living in turbulent times. There are new challenges and multiple uncertainties. The spread of terrorism, old and new conflicts, climate change, far-reaching economic crises, and falling international solidarity, and a higher risk of the collapse of multilateralism. Not forgetting either the resumption of the arms race, including in cyberspace. The most concerning, of course, is the appalling dehumanization, a world that feels selectively according to geopolitical interests and stakes. There can be no justice based on law when what is taken to be the international order is governed by double standards, by the right of the mighty and a spirit of us versus them. In this worrying context, Africa remains confronted with armed conflict, terrorism, particularly in the Sahel, and cross-border crime and political instability. When faced with so many challenges, our approach should be an integrated one that combines prevention with resilience and a targeted response. Peace and security have a price. Let's give ourselves the resources to afford them with predictable and sustainable funding of African peace support operations, with suitable equipment and robust mandates and rules of engagement. That's the only way of tackling the scourge of terrorism and of rebuilding a minimum level of security and stability in the areas affected. Here I wish to reiterate Senegal's solidarity towards our brotherly countries who are working day in, day out to fight terrorism. in the Middle East, the Palestinian people continue to live through the worst of tragedies, now indescribable. Under the daily shower of bombs, all lines have now been crossed. We cannot stay silent nor look away, because Gaza is no longer alive. Gaza, the land of blood, sweat and tears, has become hell for thousands of souls of all ages trapped in an open-air prison. Men, women and children are in agony every day, deprived of food, water and health care. Senegal reiterates its strong condemnation of this tragedy that nothing can justify. In its capacity as chair of the Committee for the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, Senegal believes that only the creation of an independent and viable Palestinian state will bring lasting peace for all parties, each of them within safe and internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, the founding fathers of the UN committed, when they created the UN, to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in a quarter of a century had caused millions of deaths and inexorable suffering. On behalf of Senegal, I wish to pay tribute to those pioneers and all of those who have embodied the universal values of our organizations, often at the cost of their own lives. In this world in crisis, our principles and our actions must remain the same. Peace over conflict, justice over indifference, and partnership over struggles for power. But this is only possible if we have a strong and revitalized multilateralism to make a single framework for action in favor of peace, stability, dialogue, cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. For multilateralism to survive, it needs to rediscover its very foundations: shared responsibility and proactive solidarity, the respect for international law and universal justice, in line with the statutes of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. In addition, we also cannot ignore the need for reform of the global political, economic and financial governance systems. The UN, through its universal vocation, must take the lead on this, on the to make deliberations and decisions more democratic, legitimate and better representative of its member states. In 1945 there were 51 of them, and today there are 193. Here I wish to reiterate the support of Senegal for the Eswatini Consensus, for a fairer and more equitable representation of African countries at the Security Council. It is high time that the global economic and financial governance is more just and more inclusive, for it to meet the real needs of funding to sustainable development. We know full well that public aid is not the solution. Other tools exist, for example, an equitable global fiscal framework, so that taxes are paid there in the place where wealth is produced. Access to credit on sustainable terms, so that debt burdens don't hinder development efforts in our countries. Finally, the effective implementation of the Seville Commitment, the Pact for the Future and the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure better access to healthcare, water, food, education, energy and the digital technologies. Global heating also deserves our attention. It's not simply a threat, but it is an existential question. Reality that hits those who contributed to it least the hardest. Africa only contributes 4% of global emissions. And however, drought, flooding, coastal erosion, food insecurity are part and parcel now of the lives of our peoples. This is a double burden that has become untenable. Senegal would like to reiterate its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement and calls for a just and fair climate transition through the use of available resources to ensure universal access to electricity and launch competitive industrial development. The fight against climate change will, of course, need significant funding for adaptation, improved access to climate funds, and also the guarantees for technology transfer. Senegal welcomes the creation of a loss and damage fund and calls for greater solidarity on an international level to replenish the fund so that operations in the field can be financed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, faced with the emergency and urgent challenges and numerous challenges before us, we are not helpless. The world does have the necessary means to feed the hungry, to raise our children, to heal the sick, and to silence the guns. The real obstacle isn't a financial or a technical or a material one. It's a question of political will. The will to make multilateralism a tool for collective solidarity, for cooperation over confrontation. The will to build a future where human dignity is at the heart of every decision we take. So, at this, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, let's not just state that the world order is tired, but let's springboard for new hope. A hope for a more effective organisation that benefits the people it represents. Senegal remains committed to work to this end with all members of the organisation. We are ready to build bridges, to enact reforms, and to continue our common endeavour to build a world of peace, justice and solidarity. I wish every success for the work of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, and I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this Assembly to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations on behalf of Slovakia. Indeed, it was Slovak Jan Papanek who was one of the 14 co-authors of the UN Charter. It proves that also small nations can be part of big things and to contribute to international peace order. This milestone invites us to reflect on the reality of the world that deeply concern all of us, including my country. 80 years ago, humanity emerged from the darkest conflict in history. It claimed millions of lives, left entire regions in ruins. My country witnessed the Holocaust, but also the courage to stand up to evil. A few days ago, I visited the Hiroshima Memorial, and it was a deeply moving experience and a painful reminder of the destruction in a single brief moment. All this teaches us important lessons of the past. Hiroshima and Nagasaki must be the last places where nuclear bombs were used. It obliges us to denounce any threats of nuclear destruction. It obliges us to work each day on keeping the world safe and peace. Peace has become the UN's defining mission, alongside the protection of human rights, sustainable development, and international law. To quote Slovak diplomat Jan Papanek, "The success of the UN was my life's goal, because peace means progress for my nation and security for my homeland. This is the ambition that we, humanity, agreed to accomplish. The authors of the UN Charter saw the danger of unchecked hatred and extreme ideologies. They understood that the world needed a framework to ensure it wouldn't slip into chaos again. The rules protected sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, as well as the resolution of conflicts by peaceful means, and the prohibition of the use of force. Those were the foundations of a stable and just world. 80 years ago, 51 founding states signed the Charter, including my own. Roughly 80% of the world's population and others followed. I take now the liberty to ask esteemed leaders, how many would have the courage to sign the same Charter today? How many would truly live up to its rules and obligations? Would we be even able to write the Charter in current post-truth societies? And what's worse, the Charter is openly questioned. The rule of the powerful and the use of the military force are returning as tools of policy. International law is being dismantled, piece by piece, norm by norm. We see the mass proliferation of violations and their violators. But let us ask, where is this leading us? What will be the result? What will hold up the more unpredictable world? As a small country in Slovakia, we believe that small countries must be smart, and not only in times of confrontation. UN Charter and the rules must prevail always, the guardrails against the false notion of the right of might and the illusion of spheres of influence where external powers dictate the lives of other nations. I sincerely believe that both in the global north or south, it is in the majority interest to uphold the world with the sovereign equality of nations, equal sovereignty for all. A world where the UN Charter, the rules and obligations remain the highest moral grounds and standards against which the action of states are judged. Esteemed leaders, peace is the defining mission of the UN to which we committed 80 years ago. Even so, the world is more violent today, with dozens of armed conflicts recorded last year. Today, the world is becoming a more dangerous place than it was before. Innocent people, elderly, children and women suffer because of war. It is not an anomaly, it is a structural shift. This is the reality, ladies and gentlemen. The Security Council, to which we have entrusted the greatest powers and special responsibility for maintaining peace, cannot pretend that it's succeeding. It's failing. The war in Ukraine reminds us daily how fragile peace is when the UN Charter is disregarded and international law is ignored. As its neighbor, Slovakia witnesses the immense cost of this war. Sadly, despite all efforts towards a peaceful settlement, Ukraine must defend itself against Russia. This is despite the groundwork for diplomatic talks being set at the US-Russia summit in Alaska, despite the clear agreement that negotiations would soon continue with Ukraine being included. Ladies and gentlemen, instead, 2 weeks ago, the airspace of Poland, our neighbor and ally, was seriously violated by Russian drones, a flagrant violation of sovereignty, international law, and direct threat to shared Euro-Atlantic security, equally as we saw it also in Estonia and Romania. I want to express my firm support and solidarity with our allies. The door open to negotiations should never be mistaken for weakness or an invitation to further violence. My country calls for too early peace. We call on commitment and concrete steps in line with the result of summit in Alaska. We continue to be ready to contribute to it and to support the guarantees ensuring the future peace that stands the test of time. In the Middle East, after the horrific act of terrorism, Israel has the right to defend itself. Hostages must return home. In Gaza, children and families do not feel safe anywhere, neither in hospitals nor in their temporary shelters. Esteemed leaders, the thin line between legitimate defense and unacceptable suffering is being painfully tested. We must allow access to humanitarian aid for those who need it. We hear the quest by Palestinians to have their own state. And I am proud that Slovakia does not need to make big gestures today, because for more than 3 decades, or 3 decades ago, we have recognized the right of Palestinian people to decide upon their fate. In Bratislava, we already have the embassy of Palestine, and we believe in two-state solution. But this is achievable only at the table by diplomatic means based on the will to live side by side as Palestine and Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing at unprecedented speed. The triple planetary crisis and quick progress in artificial intelligence are moving far faster than we are able to react. Slovakia has been an active voice in both global climate debates and discussions on the artificial intelligence. I don't want to sound doom and gloom. In fact, we must get ready for the new era, the unstoppable revolution. We need a responsible approach from all international institutions, the private sector, and also the governments. My country wants to contribute and to steer the debates and find solutions by hosting all the actors at the Summit on Education and AI in Bratislava, in our capital, in November this year. Finally, at the UN's Haiti, I want to return to the matter of how to make it fit for the next decades. To be diplomatic yet frank, in recent years, it has not always been in the best condition to meet its tasks. Its credibility has been reducing. Yet it would be unfair and incorrect to say it is irrelevant or incapable. Over the past 8 decades, the UN has provided us a space to speak on equal footing and to be listened to. Enemies can meet here, eye to eye. It has succeeded in a wide range of areas. There have been groundbreaking agreements in many fields, including human rights, disarmament, climate, and health. G7, G20, BRICS, and other regional organizations with their own goals will never be able to fully substitute UN. However, the UN's health cannot be a justification for disengagement. On the contrary, the situation calls upon us for reinvestment in its strength. It lies in our hands, member states, more than in the executive powers of the Secretary General. UN reforms is desirable and, in light of the current financial situation, also indispensable. Reform of the Security Council is long overdue, with representation of nations that better reflects the reality of the changed world. Slovakia welcomes the UN Haiti initiative. It will be a difficult task, but we have a common goal. The UN must emerge from this as efficient and capable of having impact where it matters most in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been called upon by our citizens to fulfill our duties in very difficult times. We can no longer sweep issues under the rug or pass the buck. We must respond. Our steps will be measured and we will be judged against it. Slovakia is ready to do its share, also as a candidate for non-permanent seat in the Security Council. Slovakia, a peaceful nation in Central Europe, with multilateralism deeply in its DNA, we will always support international cooperation, a world based on rules with a strong UN in its heart. No child should be punished for being born in the wrong part of the world. Each child has the right to live in peace. Each child has the right for a decent life. It is our duty to make this real. Slovakia will do its part together with the nations that believe in peace and cooperation. We give this promise to the United Nations, and we give this promise to the future generations. Thank you very much.
On behalf
of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Slovak Republic. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Hilde Heijn, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Republic of the Marshall Islands has a unique legacy with the United Nations, which reaches back to the creation of this organization 80 years ago. As a strategic UN trusteeship, it was the UN flag which flew first over our islands, and it inspired us to define our nation and speak up when we saw injustice. The UN was founded on a commitment to never again tolerate aggression, to avoid the very kind of geopolitical tension or even future open conflict between superpowers now openly foretold today in my own Pacific Islands region and far beyond. At a time when international cooperation is in dire need, the very foundations of global order are now more uncertain than ever. My low-lying atoll nation bears witness to the sharpest edge of climate change, which the Pacific Islands Forum leaders have consistently defined as the region's #1 security threat. The scale of impact and the future of our youngest generations depends on whether global powers are working together. If I could find a louder alarm for the Pacific Islands than my words today, I would sound it. There is still time for action, but only urgent action at scale can reduce vulnerability across all key sectors and to strengthen the free and democratic nations which define our island region. We need the world to better understand that our security is linked to our fragility, cutting across key indicators. We worry our institutions will not easily withstand future threats, whether if by rising seas or geopolitical competition. Madam President, during our decades as a UN strategic trusteeship administered by the United States, the UN Trusteeship Council remained an early and important platform for our voices and to tell the world where right lay from wrong. But it fell short of its mandate. Today, our nation bears the legacy of 67 atmospheric nuclear tests between 1946 and 1958, which posed profound contemporary challenges. And while we acknowledge important actions by the former administering authority, the U.S., significant disagreements remain, including ultimate responsibility for what remains today. Our communities seek justice, a clean environment, and safe return to their homes. Our Marshallese pleas to the Trusteeship Council to stop nuclear testing were disregarded with assurances of our well-being, with 2 resolutions assuring our well-being in 1954 and 1956, remain the only instance in which a UN organ has ever so explicitly allowed nuclear detonations. And the eventual result was a legacy burden of nuclear risk and exposure which has persisted for generations of human rights, environmental, and health challenges, as addressed by UN Human Rights Council Resolution 57/26 and reported on by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and Special Rapporteurs on Toxic and Internally Displaced Persons. Today, the difficult lessons of our past should help drive international efforts to curb and end nuclear threats through any effective means. Rising global tension has only heightened nuclear risk. The Marshall Islands has recently become a signatory to the Rarotonga South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, and we also look forward to completing timely ratification. It does not escape attention that the Trusteeship Council is due to meet this December. 79 years after the first nuclear test was conducted in my country in 1946, the UN should now be capable of delivering a contemporary acknowledgement and apology for what took place in its name and under its flag, and for not hearing the voice of our people when we told this body to stop. Perhaps after 34 years since our admission as a member of this body in 1991, the appropriate UN organs can help to bring healing and closure over decisions which never should have been made. Madam President, the positive momentum for this year's 3rd UN Oceans meeting in Nice will be needed to demand a reordering of short-term blunder against longer-term benefit. The Marshall Islands stands firmly committed to safeguarding the health of our oceans, which are central to the livelihoods of our people. As a small island and large ocean nation, we are acutely aware of the threats posed by overfishing, unsustainable marine resource exploitation, and the escalating impacts of climate change. Our efforts are grounded in a vision of a healthy, resilient ocean ecosystem which supports both ecological integrity and economic prosperity. As stewards of the Pacific Ocean, we urge the international community to take bold action to scale up efforts in addressing marine pollution, ocean acidification, and supporting small island developing states in strengthening our management capacity. The Marshall Islands joins 37 other nations who have already expressed their support for a moratorium on seabed mining in the high seas until there is a code with adequate safeguards and until we have a close understanding of impacts and biodiversity at stake. More political will is needed to break through a mentality of drill first, ask later, before even assessing what is at stake, including the impacts on fisheries and marine food chains. We have enacted our own national ban on deep seabed mining permits, and as we move to document and manage seamount biodiversity within our EEZ, to our immediate north, high seas mining exploration threatens to expand into exploitation. As important an opportunity as seabed mining may become, it cannot be at the irreversible expense of our Pacific waters and vast fisheries. The Marshall Islands welcomes this week's achievement of entry into force of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement early next year and looks forward to building a robust early architecture. Madam President, this year is the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and the creation of the High Ambition Coalition, which helped deliver the agreement's 1.5 degree Celsius warming limit. A decade on, we stand on the verge of that threshold. The International Court of Justice has confirmed that international law demands actions from all nations, whether signatories to the Paris Agreement or not. Its ruling was clear. There are binding obligations to prevent exactly the type of significant harm that we see today, and that will only worsen as temperature rise. The vast majority of countries are failing to meet their obligations. The International Court of Justice has now stated that international law demands action and stringent due diligence from all, that there are binding obligations to prevent exactly the type of significant harm which we face. The ICJ also confirmed what the Pacific has always said. Once established, our maritime zones are fixed, and that our statehood will persist even as sea levels rise. Every country should have submitted its new climate target by February, so that by now we would have a clear picture of what we must do to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. Only 15 countries, including the Marshall Islands, did so by February, and only 32 have done so now. These plans must set out how countries will end the reliance on fossil fuels that holds our future hostage and replace them with the renewables that are better for our health, our economies, and our future. To thrive, we need billions in climate finance, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. We've heard the promises, but promises don't reclaim land in atolls nations like mine. They don't develop mangrove defenses, shore up our hospitals and schools against rising seas, or preserve cultures deeply tied to land that is slipping under waves. Those things require money. It is past time for the rich world to meet its obligations and get money to where it's needed most. As we approach COP30, we need all nations to deliver on promises to respond to the climate catastrophe. We must close the $1 trillion climate finance gap, particularly for adaptation. We must deliver stronger plans which show how we'll end fossil fuels and have global emissions in this decade. Excellencies, our sharp challenges are far-ranging. Together with Pacific Island neighbors, we face one of the world's highest burdens of non-communicable diseases. Diabetes, heart disease, and other NCDs are now leading causes of premature death, straining our health systems and undermining economic resilience. This crisis reflects both global inequities and local challenges, and it underscores the need for island-driven partnership at scale so that our people can achieve basic human rights to dignity and health care. Madam President, as a small nation, events half a world away are increasingly relevant upon our own shores. Starting with the 2014 occupation of Crimea, Russian aggression in Ukraine has lacked any basis in international law and has pushed the world deeper into global tension. Accountability must be applied to all, and while strong leadership is needed to help fairly resolve and address this difficult crisis, it must also closely and directly involve Ukraine itself. And while the Pacific Islands are halfway across the world, we should have a very direct interest in how small and vulnerable democracies are treated in the footsteps of larger powers. Madam President, a more effective UN Security Council is needed to meet modern challenges. The Marshall Islands considers Japan and India, among others, to meet objective consideration as permanent members of the UN Security Council. Madam President, the island nation of Taiwan has been repeatedly excluded from important international engagements throughout the UN system, despite its role as an important partner to the Marshall Islands and the world in the SDGs, in technical cooperation, and in promoting regional peace. UNGA Resolution 2758 has been repeatedly and falsely portrayed as a consensus on a One China UN law. Never has there been such gaslighting in this institution. While this resolution does address who sits behind a nameplate at the UN, it does not confer or justify any basis for coercion or seizing sovereign control of an independent democratic nation. The UN Secretariat should further end discriminatory practices against Taiwanese passport holders, including journalists, and all member states should understand that these and other politically influenced practices where Resolution 2758 is misrepresented will never be justification under international law for military invasion or coercive acts against Taiwan. Madam President, in 1961, United States President John F. Kennedy addressed this hall and said of the UN that, quote, either it will grow to meet the challenges of our age, or it will be gone with the wind, without influence, without force, and without respect, unquote. It described the UN as two forces. One is composed of those who are trying to build the kind of world described in Articles 1 and 2 of the Charter. The other, seeking a far different world, would undermine this organization in the process. Madam President, the threat of nuclear war that confronted the world in 1961 remains today, though now at an even greater scale. When President Kennedy spoke in 1961, climate change wasn't as widely understood. Today, we are confronted with a range of deep risks, any one of which does not bode well for the future of this world, let alone taken together. The hope for our youngest and future generations is in the profound vision of nations committed to peace and multilateralism. I thank you all. Cum multada.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of the General Assembly, Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. United Nations Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a profound sense of responsibility that I take the floor on behalf of the people of the Central African Republic, as our organization marks its 80th anniversary. This anniversary reminds us of a simple truth. our destinies are intertwined. Humanity is one and indivisible. Our peoples can only prosper if peace is secured, if development is shared, and if human dignity is guaranteed for all. 80 years after the founding of the UN, the world is confronted by an unprecedented accumulation of threats, protracted wars, geopolitical rivalries, rising terrorism and organized crime, the climate crisis, humanitarian relief and food security crises that are unprecedented. Not since the Cold War have we witnessed such fragility. In Europe, the war in Ukraine continues to cause immense human suffering and to undermine global stability. In the Middle East, the persistent violence between Israel and Palestine plunges entire generations into grief and undermines the prospects for peaceful coexistence. In Africa, the crises in Sudan, in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the Sahel, and in the Horn of Africa, recall the fragility of the equilibrium that we have struck and the urgency for enhanced support for prevention and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Faced with these tragic situations, the Central African Republic proposes the strengthening of the United Nations mechanisms for preventive diplomacy through the creation of a global conflict prevention fund financed by the major powers and administered transparently. Such a fund should make it possible, at the earliest warning signs of a crisis, to finance good offices missions, international mediation, and the deployment of rapid intervention, credible peacekeeping forces. Likewise, we must systematize the creation of regional coalitions of mediators able to act alongside the United Nations to prevent local disputes from degenerating into open warfare. Madam President, if we wish to grasp the gravity of the moment, let us look particularly at Africa. In 2025, more than 40% of the world's armed conflicts are taking place on the African continent. The Sahel alone accounts for thousands of victims every year and millions of displaced people. One single figure is enough to summarize the urgency here. In certain African regions, 1 child in 2 lives in a conflict-affected area. How can we speak of the future when half of a generation is threatened by war? From the Central African Republic, we know that our own stability affects that of the whole of Central Africa. We also know that peace is never permanent, but always to be forged with patience and solidarity. To mitigate the harmful effects of climate change, we call for an integrated African mechanism for food and climate security, supported by the United Nations, to break the link between resource scarcity and conflict. We call for structural, sustainable financing of peace operations in Africa, based on mandatory contributions rather than voluntary ones. We affirm that peace must be inclusive. It must guarantee the participation of women and young people. Without security, there can be neither prosperity nor the effective enjoyment of human rights. Faced with the conflicts and humanitarian crises that have sorely tested our world, we must collectively recall the normative force of the United Nations Charter, this founding text which, in 1945, embodied the hope of a world free of the scourge of war. Yet today, 80 years later, the question arises, is the UN still capable of fulfilling that mission? the proliferation of conflicts, the fragmentation of the world into antagonistic blocs, the overuse of the veto and the paralysis of the Security Council give the impression of an organization that is running out of steam. Yet it isn't the UN that is weary, it is the member states which, through a lack of political will, obstruct its action. Yes, Madam President, the UN can still carry weight in the concert of nations, but on one condition. That is, that we, its members, choose consensus over division, unity over deadlock. I commend and encourage the sustained efforts of the international community to promote peaceful outcomes to the various conflicts. For each day that passes prolongs the agony of the innocent and weakens global peace. In Africa, particularly in Sudan, unresolved conflicts are tearing apart a sister people and risk transforming our continent into a mosaic of fragmented states, unable to ensure stability or meet the needs of their citizens. This prospect is unacceptable. Africa calls for urgent mobilization, not to further militarize our land, but to invest in peace, mediation, and inclusive dialogue. It's for this reason that my country supports the Quad Declaration initiated by Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States of America concerning the restoration of peace and security in Sudan. In my own country, the Central African Republic, we've chosen the path of dialogue.
The policy of reconciliation has led to restored trust and the self-disbandment of almost all the armed groups. This choice was not an easy one. It would have been simpler to give in to the logic of weapons, but we preferred the boldness of forgiveness, patience, dialogue, and the force of consensus. Our experience shows that it is possible to substitute a dynamic of sustainable peace to a cycle of hatred. The Central African Republic, which was once considered as a place of violence, is today an example that it is possible to bring about a return of peace instead of war. Thanks to restored peace, we are today preparing for general elections in December 2025 that we want to be democratic, inclusive, and transparent, to consolidate the democratic consolidation of the country that was began in 2016. We think that this model can be studied and strengthened as an example of African good practices in the framework of the United Nations and the African Union. This example of good practice requires courageous political action, reforming the UN, reforming the world financial architecture, establishing a global prevention fund, strengthening the role of regional organizations, mobilizing major powers, not to divide, but to unite. The Central African Republic, based on this valuable experience, is ready to share its experience in building a world order based on justice, human dignity, and respect for international law. But peace cannot suffice without development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains our roadmap. We are working to reduce poverty, to strengthen food security, to promote education and health care as levers to bolster dignity, to implement reforms for an inclusive growth that creates jobs and respects the environment. The Central African Republic today has come here to affirm our simple conviction that sustainable development and international cooperation are essential for world peace. In a world where crises follow each other and are and seem to replace one after the other, no country can take up the challenges of the century alone. We need active solidarity. We need truly shared prosperity. We need a true upsurge in humanity. For this upsurge in humanity, Madam President, allow me to deliver three simple but essential messages. First of all, inclusive development is a weapon of prevention. Wherever there's exclusion, poverty, and injustice, anger takes root, resentment accumulates, and conflicts break out. But wherever we invest in education, healthcare, and employment, it is in fact the seeds of peace that are planted. An open school is not merely school desks behind which there are students, but rather it's a society that chooses for the future instead of violence. A job that's created is not simply an income, it is a dignity of an entire family that is preserved, that once again believes in peace. Secondly, international cooperation is essential. Our challenges disregard borders, climate, pandemics, migrations, markets. All this exceeds the capacity of a single isolated state. No wall, no closed door, no barriers can lastingly protect against a storm, a virus, or the despair of those who migrate. The only protection is collective action. It is multilateralism. Thirdly, sustainable development is also a moral debt that we have towards our children. Will we leave them a planet that is in an environmental that is environmentally unsustainable? Will we condemn them to this as they begin their life as adults, or will we leave them a world that is more just, more green, more dignified? This is the choice that awaits us, Madam President. For a world that is more just, the Central African Republic would like to chart a path of hope by sharing three suggestions that are not simply technical proposals, but rather an entire choice of civilization. First of all, we need to imagine a global initiative for the rebuilding of the most fragile states. In a world that leaves some of its members shattered, we cannot claim to seek universal peace. Nations broken by conflicts must not be left alone to heal their wounds. They need the international community to help them get back on their feet, to support them, to restore their trust. Investing in institutional reconstruction means refusing the endless cycle of war and despair. Now, this rebuilding of institutions must be followed by a powerful commitment to our planet. This is why we call for a UN pact for the protection of critical ecosystems, a pact that links climate, biodiversity, and human rights. Destroying a forest not only means cutting down trees, it means erasing cultures, it means threatening lives and paving the way for future crises. Protecting nature is protecting peace. Lastly, the time has come for ambitious dreams for Africa. That is the idea behind a green corridor, a development corridor in Central Africa, which brings together modern infrastructure, clean energies, and regional integration. From Bangui to Kinshasa, from Douala to Libreville, this corridor would be a bridge between our peoples and a promise of the future for all of humankind, because Africa is not a continent that needs simply help. It's a continent that is awaiting a courageous partnerships. The role of Africa in the community of nations must be respected. Sovereignty rather than subordination. Partnership rather than exploitation. It is unacceptable that poverty is worsening in Africa while wealth is accumulating in the northern countries. It's time for the injustices caused Africa to be repaired. That is why the Central African Republic supports the Pan-African Initiative on Reparations, as well as the efforts of the continent aimed at establishing a respectful and equitable dialogue with partners. Along these lines, my country supports the initiative for global governance launched on the 1st of September of this year by China, and that is the continuation of global initiatives for development, security, and civilization, stressing the need for the development of a more just and more equitable system of international governance. Madam President, we all agree on the principle of sustainable development. However, two obstacles stand in that way: financing and the distribution of responsibilities between the North and the South. On these 2 points, it's time for us to speak the truth. Each one should bear the burden based on their historic responsibilities, because solidarity is not a moral option, it is a political obligation. That political obligation implies that sustainable development is the very condition of our common future. The Central African Republic, in spite of its modest means, but strong with its unshakable political determination, is ready to take its place in this collective combat. We know that we're vulnerable. However, we also know that our vulnerability gives us a single voice, a voice that reminds the world that peace, justice, and solidarity are not mere far-off promises, but rather urgent choices to be made here and today. On this 80th anniversary, the Central African Republic reaffirms its unshakable attachment to the values embodied by the United Nations. However, we would like to underscore that these values cannot be ensured without a profound reform of the multilateral system, and in particular of the United Nations Security Council. Its current composition has become obsolete and even illegitimate. 80 years ago, when the United Nations was born, Africa was not free. Most of our countries still were living under colonial control. Our voice did not count at the time. Today, Africa is 1,400,000,000 inhabitants. In 30 years, there'll be 2,500,000,000. 1 human being in 4 will be African. Africa will be the youngest continent, and the one that will will play a decisive role throughout the century. And yet, not a single permanent seat in the Security Council belongs to Africa. Not a single one. How can we speak of international justice and security when the continent of tomorrow is treated as though it was the continent of the past? The Central African Republic brings to you the voice of Africa to say, enough. Africa must have 2 permanent seats with the right to veto, not as a favor to it, but as a measure of justice, not as a privilege, but as a need. We propose also the establishment of a global charter for digital governance and ethical artificial intelligence so that human rights are protected in the digital sphere. We call on the establishment of a global index of equity and democratic resilience, in addition to GDP, to measure dignity, to measure justice and inclusion. My country is already acting within its means. We have validated our 3rd national report on Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security. We have updated our follow-up plan of Beijing Plus 30. We're strengthening national accountability mechanisms to put women, young people, and the most vulnerable at the heart of public policies. On this 80th anniversary of the UN, let us recall the vision of its founders to substitute the force of the powerful by the force of law and to build a future of dignity for all. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le président de la République centrafricaine.
I thank the President of the Central African Republic.
Excellence, l'Assemblée.
Excellency, the Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Bajram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Honorable and Excellencies, it's an honor for me to address the General Assembly today on behalf of the Republic of Albania on this important anniversary of the United Nations. It is also a special significant moment for my country as we mark the 70th anniversary of our membership in the United Nations. I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly, Her Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, for choosing this meaningful theme, Better Together, and extend to her best wishes for her success in her esteemed role presiding over the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also would like to express my gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his leadership, for his service to the United Nations, and for his unwavering commitment to upholding the UN Charter and its core values. Ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations is a powerful reminder of the vision that inspired the creation of a world in which nations choose dialogue and cooperation. It is also an opportunity to renew our commitment to the values embodied in the UN Charter: peace, equality, and cooperation among nations, to choose cooperation over conflict, dialogue over division, and solidarity over indifference. For the Republic of Albania, the United Nations has been and continues to be the universal platform for dialogue, giving every country, large or small, a voice in shaping our shared future. Its achievements are undeniable: the prevention of conflicts, the advancement of human rights, and the provision of humanitarian aid to millions. Yet, in the context of today's global crisis, it is natural to demand more from these organizations and more from ourselves. This is the moment to renew our commitment to ensuring that the UN continues to serve as the foundation of peace, justice, and solidarity, not just for us, but for future generations. Albania believes that global challenges, from conflicts and terrorism to climate change, artificial intelligence, and economic insecurity, are not only complex, but are also deeply interconnected. Humanity, therefore, needs more multilateral cooperation. As a member of the United Nations, a member of NATO, and a proud European nation, the Republic of Albania is well positioned to contribute to the strengthening of international peace and security. We support a global order in which conflicts are resolved through sustainability. Societies are strengthened by solidarity, and peace is built and maintained on the foundations of trust, cooperation, and progress. Albania remains firmly committed to the UN Charter and will continue to contribute to peacekeeping missions, humanitarian efforts, and the building of a world in which disagreements are resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. Madam President, for nearly 4 years, our organization's credibility has been tested by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Albania has stood in full support of Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and has consistently condemned Russia's violations of the United Nations Charter and international law. We condemn Russia's continued attacks across all of Ukraine. At the same time, we recognize and value diplomatic efforts under the leadership of President Trump aimed at achieving a just and lasting peace in full respect of Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Albania is equally committed to peace, security, and stability in the Middle East. The war in Gaza must end. All hostages must be released immediately, and the dire humanitarian situation must be addressed urgently. We express our support for the efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar in implementing the ceasefire agreement in all its phases, with the aim of reaching a permanent end to hostilities, remain committed to a sustainable peace between Israel and Palestine, one that provides a better future in security and prosperity for Palestinians, Israelis, and all the peoples of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania actively promotes dialogue and good neighborly relations and regional integration as the only path towards sustainable stability and prosperity. Our vision is peaceful integration, sustainable development, and preservation of democratic values. We believe that the future of our region lies in cooperation, not conflict, in shared progress, not rivalry. In this spirit, Albania stands ready to cooperate with all its neighbors to ensure that the Western Balkans becomes a zone of peace, development, and opportunity, contributing positively to Europe and to the wider international community. The newest state in our region, the Republic of Kosovo, is increasingly contributing to peace, dialogue, and coexistence in the Western Balkans. 17 years after declaring its independence, Kosovo has demonstrated through its actions that it is a responsible member of the international community, committed to peace, stability, and democratic values, with strong institutions and a vibrant population. Its contribution to regional and broader cooperation is undeniable. And yet, Kosovo's seat in this assembly remains unjustly empty. Recognition of Kosovo's independence and support for its membership in the United Nations and other international organizations is an act of justice, a step towards consolidating the peace in the Western Balkans. Albania calls for the rights of Albanians in the Preševa Valley to be respected, that they not be discriminated against, but rather integrated, that the Albanian language be used, and that their culture, values, identity, and traditions be protected and promoted. Madam President, my country's journey from isolation to Euro-Atlantic integration, from dictatorship to freedom and human rights, proves that dialogue, partnership, and shared values can transform societies. Today, Albania is closer than ever to realizing its long-held dream of joining the European Union. Following the opening of accession negotiations, we are advancing our reforms at full speed, aiming to complete the negotiations by 2027 and become a full member of the EU by 2030. Our path toward The EU is not merely a political ambition. It is deeply rooted in the values we uphold: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Albania has understood that the prosperity and well-being of its citizens are closely linked to tangible progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We are investing in clean energy, strengthening climate resilience, advancing digital transformation, and working to ensure that no one is left behind. Our efforts are focused on education, healthcare, gender equality, and youth empowerment because inclusion is the only path to sustainable development. Last year, we endorsed the Pact for the Future as a guiding framework to revive multilateral cooperation. Now, we must turn words into action, turning commitments into concrete progress on peace and security, sustainable development, climate, digital cooperation, and protection of human rights. The Republic of Albania stands ready to work with all member states to ensure that the Pact for the Future becomes a guiding light for a fair, more sustainable, and more united world. We will lead by example by integrating the Pact into our next voluntary national review. Excellencies, distinguished participants, climate change is the defining challenge of our century, and Albania is committed to the transition to clean energy and environmental protection. Recurring floods, fires, and droughts remind us that we must strengthen global commitments, mobilize funding, and ensure that no one is left behind. In recent years, we have witnessed the rapid spread of digital technologies. Technological progress is valuable only when it advances in a parallel with human progress. We must remain faithful to our values, placing technology at the service of humanity. No matter how advanced, the problems of this world cannot be solved by artificial intelligence alone, but by human intelligence and compassion. The digital age must be guided by international cooperation, ethical standards, and respect for human rights. For Albania, digital transformation is a national priority. We have undertaken ambitious reforms to digitize public services, increase transparency, and fight corruption. Albania is proud to co-lead with Kenya the review process of the World Summit on the Information Society and will work with all member states to ensure a successful outcome. Madam President, human rights and the dignity of every individual must remain at the heart of our mission. Albania has demonstrated through its democratic transformation that societies thrive when individual freedoms are protected, when women and youth are empowered, and when diversity is embraced as a strength. We are honored to bring our experience to the Human Rights Council, where we have worked tirelessly to promote the universality of human rights and the indivisibility of all freedoms. During our mandate, we have focused on protecting vulnerable groups, advancing gender equality, and defending the rights of those most at risk of violation. We will continue to raise our voice against discrimination, intolerance, and violence whenever they occur. Albania is proud of the progress it has made in advancing gender equality, not only as a moral obligation, but as a driver of societal development. Today, women hold some of the highest offices in our country, in and outside of the country, and works closely with partners to make equality a tangible reality for all. No country can envision a better future without placing youth at the heart of national strategies. Through reforms in education, digital transformation, and employment, Albania is working to expand opportunities for young people to learn, innovate, and participate fully in society. We believe that investing in youth is the most effective investment for peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. So it's under our obligation as a generation that inherited 80 years of peace and progress to ensure that we give our children the condition to live in a world of safety, dignity, cooperation, and advancement. Together, let us choose to make this session the moment we embrace unity, responsibility. The moment we chose responsibility and chose courage. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Albania. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, the heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with solemnity and also with my faith intact in the ideals of the United Nations
that I speak to you today. We have gathered here at a time of upheaval, at a time when our collective responsibility has never been so great. We are living in
a period that is characterized by increased tensions, by multiple threats and deep divisions, and yet never has the world been so in need of unity, cooperation, and dialogue. What is at stake here is not only peace or development. Indeed, it is the very future of multilateralism and of this precious humanity that all of us share in common. 80 years ago, in the wake of the horrors of the Second World War, the founders of the United Nations met and came together with the firm intention of crafting a fair and sustainable international order. They dreamed of a world where cooperation and solidarity would be the most important words, a world where diplomacy and dialogue would replace violent conflicts. Their plans were ambitious. They remain fully relevant. The United Nations was founded upon a foundation of two major principles: international solidarity, that is, the belief that the destiny of nations is inextricably intertwined with that of others, and that only a collective effort can allow global challenges to be overcome. Multilateralism, or the acknowledgement that every nation, be it great or small, must have a place, a voice in international affairs, and that only collective action can guarantee a lasting peace. Regrettably, 80 years after its inception, our organization faces a disturbing resurgence of armed conflicts the world over. In so many places, the language of weapons has won out over good sense and diplomacy. This is the failure of our collective promise, that of forging a world free from the scourge of war. It is also the sign of a weakened international system, sometimes a powerless international system, faced with the logic of confrontation. Today, we must reaffirm the primacy of law in international affairs and the need for a global order that is based not only on the force of weapons, but on established rules and rules that are shared in common. The United Nations must once more become an effective tool for conflict prevention and mediation. As an actor committed to peace and justice that works for friendship among all the peoples of the world, the Congo supports peaceful coexistence, reciprocal tolerance, and mutual understanding. This is why, in the Middle East, my country is a staunch supporter of the two-state solution, an Israeli and Palestinian state living side by side in peace. In the Caribbean, my country will continue to support the Cuban people, exhausted by decades of an embargo which is today incomprehensible. Trade tensions, technological and geopolitical tensions among great powers, which we are witnessing today, are clearly fragmenting our world and fueling distrust among nations. They are weakening international chains of solidarity, and they are undermining our capacity to tackle together the great global challenges with serious repercussions for the economies of developing countries. This is illustrated, inter alia, by instability on the markets, by increasing commodities prices, and through recurrent disturbances in supply chains. Now, as understandable as it may be, economic competition must not transform into systemic confrontation. One of the greatest successes of the United Nations was undeniably establishing a sound platform for cooperation among nations. But today, This multilateralism is under threat by national egotism and by unilateral policies, which are a source of harmful diplomatic crises. This tendency needs to be rolled back. This is because the global challenges that we face, in particular climate change, pandemics, and food insecurity, require a global response that shows solidarity, coherence, and which is concerted. The Republic of the Congo firmly believes that a stronger and more effective United Nations is the crucial condition for preserving peace and guaranteeing sustainable development. Hence, we call for a reform of its bodies, starting with its Security Council. This so as to make these bodies more representative, more transparent, and closer to the realities of our world. One can see clearly that the Security Council in its current composition no longer reflects the geopolitical balance of our world. Thus, the urgent need to reform it, not in theory, but in practice. Africa cannot remain marginalized. This is a continent with more than 1,400,000,000 residents. It is a continent of the future, of the youth, of potential, for which today we need to ensure full and complete participation in global decision-making. I wish to state forcefully, Africa deserves permanent representation on the United Nations Security Council. Not as the beneficiary of a favor, but as a legitimate partner. This is the solemn call that the Republic of the Congo wishes to sound from this high rostrum. We must invent a smarter multilateralism, a more effective multilateralism, one that is closer to the aspirations of the people and one that is more representative of the realities of the 21st century. This multilateralism also needs to be made manifest through concrete acts, through tangible results, and through sustainable solutions. The peoples of the world will not judge us by our speech, but rather by what we succeed in accomplishing together. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no lasting peace without development, and the opposite is true as well. Poverty, inequality, youth unemployment, exclusion. This is the ground that produces frustration, instability, and violent extremism. We must honor our commitments for the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals and put an end to the machinery that strangles vulnerable economies, such as unsustainable debt, or unfair trade rules. International solidarity remains vital to allow for developing countries to successfully weather their transition toward a more prosperous future. This is the reason why we need to invest massively in education, in health, agriculture, infrastructure, new technologies, artificial intelligence, inter alia. The climate is a very big challenge today. It goes beyond all borders, beyond all divisions, and beyond all ideologies. It is already striking our cities, our countrysides, and our ecosystems. It is exacerbating conflicts, destroying cultures that have been around for millennia, and it is compelling entire families to tread the path of exile. Faced with this, we don't have the right to act in scattershot fashion. We need to close ranks with solidarity and with resolve. This means respecting the commitments of the Paris Agreement. It means massive support for the adaptation of the most vulnerable countries. And it means a deep transformation of our means of production, consumption, and financing. This is the opportunity to hail the adoption by the United Nations General Assembly of the resolution on the global decade for forestation and reforestation, which my country initiated, as one of the solutions conducive to making inroads in our common struggle to preserve the environment and to mitigate the ravages of climate change. The climate must not become a new factor that divides the North and the South. It must be a factor for global unity, a means of solidarity throughout the planet, and a vehicle for shared hope. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when the nations of the world face serious challenges, some of these challenges are clearly existential in terms of their repercussions. And now, something new and disturbing is unfolding, an arms race. Global military spending today has reached record levels. Even while millions of human beings live in extreme poverty, with reduced access to drinking water, reduced access to quality education and primary health care. Disarmament treaties have been called into question, while the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, in particular nuclear weapons, is becoming again a central concern. This is a dangerous slide in every way. It is not making our world any safer. Quite the contrary. It is exposing the world to the most serious jeopardy, including the risk of a generalized conflagration which could rage out of control completely. Faithful to its commitment to peace and international security, the Republic of the Congo reiterates its call for global disarmament. The time has come for all of us to invest in searching for solutions that strengthen our collective security, stability, and the prosperity of all peoples. This instead of fueling the vicious and destructive cycle of conflicts and violence. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in this unstable world, many people are in doubt today. Many people are asking questions. They're asking, is the United Nations still useful? Is the United Nations still good for anything? For them, I wish to respond from this high rostrum and say clearly, yes, yes, the United Nations is crucial, but provided one condition is met, namely that the United Nations succeeds in evolving, in reforming itself, in moving closer to the people, and provided it responds concretely to the myriad challenges of the present moment. We are not condemned to war, to retreat, and to distrust. We still have the choice of courage, solidarity, and responsibility. Therefore, together, united in diversity, let us bring to life the founding promises of our organization, namely peace, dignity, and progress. Let us not allow history to be made without us. I thank you.
Of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Congo, Now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andry Nirina Rojolina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I request kindly the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of the 80th General Assembly of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, it is with sincere emotion that I represent my country, Madagascar, at our General Assembly at the United Nations in this temple of multilateralism, which is our common home. We are celebrating this year the 80th year anniversary of our organization. 80 years. 80 years of keeping the flame burning, the flame of unity, of establishing peace to craft a fair world with solidarity. 80 years of the United Nations is a stage rather than an ending point. And here in this symbolic place at the General Assembly of the United Nations, it is here that we are discussing, proposing, and deciding on the main guiding lines for a peaceful and prosperous world. And it is here that we are looking for and finding solutions to conflicts, and we're finding an answer to crises. It is here in this very place that we are sketching out the path of our common future. Allow me to extend my warm congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock for her election as President of this 80th General Assembly. Madam President, I wish to wish you every success as you implement your mandate. Rest assured that you will have the full support of Madagascar as you carry out your mission. I also wish to hail the Secretary General of the United Nations, whose commitment and leadership remind us of our mission, which is to put human beings at the heart of all of our actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN has always conveyed an ideal, that of forging a world together, a world of peace, justice, and hope. The topic chosen this year, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, reminds us that for several decades, the United Nations has been bringing people and nations together to promote peace, foster development, and protect human rights. Today, more than ever, we must reaffirm our collective commitment to build a future of solidarity to overcome challenges, because by pooling our efforts, we can transform the hopes of humanity into reality for everyone. This theme gets to the heart of our priorities, and this is why, since the proclamation of our independence 65 years ago, Madagascar joined the United Nations. This shows my country's belief in the ideals of peace, solidarity, and cooperation among people, the ideals championed in the Charter. Today, to further strengthen this conviction and in order to ensure the continuity of the work of the United Nations in Madagascar, we are going to provide several thousand square meters of office space so as to host a hub for a larger presence of the United Nations on the territory of Madagascar. The challenges have evolved, but we have continued to appreciate the force of this heritage and the need to adapt to everyday realities. It should suffice to mention economic divides, inequality, and above all, the impacts of climate change. All of these threats imperil peace in our societies, and they require strong common measures. One of the challenges of our time is that of development, which is so much desired by our peoples. The mission of leaders is to set up the conditions needed for every citizen to contribute to national development. This requires a vision grounded in the understanding of the realities of the country by using its assets and overcoming its difficulties. Madagascar, like many African countries, has rich, abundant natural resources, and yet our development has been slowed for too long. And it is this delay that we are overcoming today with the projects and the programs that we are undertaking to transform our country. We need to seize our destiny, and we need to be the architects of historic change. We refuse to give in to fatalism, and we are committing to act with resolve and with conviction, with a spirit of inclusivity and this spirit of sharing. I am addressing you today. I'm speaking not only on behalf of Madagascar, but I'm also speaking on behalf of a continent and our organization. I am conveying to you the voice of SADC, the South African Development Community, which has 16 countries of Southern Africa in it, and I am serving as the president of this regional organization now. Our goal is to promote industrialization, the transformation of the agricultural system, and the energy transition so as to make our countries and our peoples more resilient. Clear-sighted and forward-looking, this goal shows our common ambition to strengthen our economies, to leverage our resources and ensure the well-being of our populations. It is a pact. It is a commitment. It is a roadmap of a region which wants to write its own destiny with its own hand and for its people. Today, in the world we are living in, wars are present in several forms. There are armed wars, which are visible and bloody, which destroy infrastructure, entire cities, and even claim the lives of innocent people. But there are also wars against pandemics, like against COVID-19, which we faced together. That was a global battle that cost more than 14 million people their lives. And at present, there is another form of war. There is an economic and trade war. This war is more silent, but it can be destructive because its impact can deprive millions of people of income, jobs, and future. What do all these wars have in common? Well, they kill people directly or indirectly. They make our societies more fragile, and they threaten peace and human dignity. This is why we need to remain watchful. Today, there's a subject that is at the very center of the news, which is of particular relevance for us, because among these 16 countries of SADC, that's the South African Development Community, 14 of those countries are beneficiaries of the AGOA program, the AGOA program. The AGOA program, I'll recall, is an American initiative that allows African countries preferential access to U.S. markets by fostering duty-free exports and by fostering commercial exchange. And just for the SADC region alone, this program means 358,000 direct jobs, which are currently in jeopardy. 60% of them are in the textile sector, and the rest of them are spread out among various sectors. The non-renewal of the AGOA will have serious social consequences. The employability of thousands of young people and the economic momentum of our nations will be under threat. Because today, thanks to AGOA, the countries of SADC export more than 11 billion US dollars annually to the United States. Behind this figure, there are more than 1.7 million people that are affected. Therefore, if AGOA disappears, then that will be over 700,000 direct and indirect jobs that will be lost in the Southern African region alone. And behind every one of these jobs, there's a woman who is feeding her children. There's a young person continuing their studies, and there is a family which is maintaining hope. So AGOA, that's not only a simple trade law. It is faces, lives, entire communities that are fighting every day for their dignity. Thus, as the acting president of SADC, I want to solemnly request the renewal of AGOA so as to avoid economic and social consequences that would be disastrous. I therefore wish to sound an appeal to our American partners. Let us together choose stability, hope, and dignity. I advocate for the continuation of a sustainable partnership between the United States and the African continent. Preserving AGOA, that means preserving social peace in the countries that depend on it. It also means protecting 20 years of progress. It means guaranteeing a better future for our families and our youth. We want fair trade, we want equitable partnerships, and we want shared prosperity. We're speaking of this here in the concert of nations. We're speaking of peace and security. Thus, solidarity among nations should not only be promises, should not only be speeches, but it needs to be made manifest by commitments that guarantee the everyday lives of millions of families throughout the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, our vision is clear: developing our country through the promotion of industrialization, producing and processing locally everything that our people need. We need to reduce imports, innovate, build factories and value chains that are capable of generating decent, lasting jobs. In Madagascar, over the last 5 years, we have moved forward by building infrastructure and semi-industrial parks throughout our territory so as to spur growth. I firmly believe that development requires investment, relying on the potential of every country, its human capital, and the political will of its leaders. Furthermore, the agricultural transformation is the key to combating poverty, for our food security is the foundation of our economic independence. Therefore, let us plant today the seeds of prosperity and autonomy so that tomorrow our people can feed themselves. In Madagascar, in the area of agriculture, we have supported the transformation and the sale of local products. We have started the process of mechanizing our agriculture, and we provided assistance to our farmers by providing them with seeds, with improved seeds and inputs. Our goal is to double or even triple agricultural yields, moving from 3 to 9 tons per hectare, so as to achieve food sufficiency. Ultimately, there is no development without reliable, accessible, and affordable energy. In Madagascar, we are in the process of accelerating the energy transition to achieve energy production that is 70% green by 2028. In order to do this, we are going to tap our massive capacity that we have in solar, wind, and hydroelectric energy. As you know, today, still in many African countries like Madagascar, the production of electricity relies mainly on thermal plants. This dependency on fossil fuels has an enormous economic cost. Thus, investing in renewable energies is not only an obligation, but it is a duty for a sustainable, inclusive future. In 6 years alone, the rate of access to electricity in my country moved from 24% to 40%. Major headway has been made, but we are aware that much remains to be done. We're going to further step up our efforts to increase the production of clean energy so that isolated rural populations are not left behind. In this context, the collaboration with the United Nations system is playing a crucial role by prioritizing impactful projects for rural communities. These initiatives are illustrative of the desire to build an energy future that is more equitable, sustainable, and innovative. And finally, building modern infrastructure. That is an essential stage for the economic and touristic development of the country. From the east to the west, from the north to the south, Madagascar is transforming. We've started the project of building the first highway of our country that links Antananarivo to the large port in the east of the island. We've modernized public transport in our capital through building cable cars and by establishing urban trains. This has unburdened the city by transporting more than 40,000 passengers every day at full capacity, thus taking 2,000 vehicles out of traffic on a daily basis. Furthermore, we have strengthened the presence of the state in all of the areas of our country, above all in the hardest to reach areas. We've done this through building infrastructure that is close to the people and infrastructure that the people needs. We have built thousands of social housing units. We've modernized healthcare by building public hospitals and healthcare centers throughout our national territory. Our country only had 16 university hospital centers in 2018, but we've tripled that number by building 30 new hospitals in only 6 years. We are bolstering the entrepreneurship of young people and women to ensure their empowerment. We've built stadiums and sporting facilities, which have become places for cohesion, national pride, and emancipation for young people. Furthermore, we held the Youth Connect Summit in November. We'll be doing that in November, and that will fit into the framework of this commitment for the youth through equality and inclusion. And we want to invite everyone to participate in this event in great numbers. Finally, from the standpoint of social protection, over $250 million has been transferred directly to the most vulnerable families to improve their everyday lives. These achievements convey our desire to build a country that shows solidarity, a country that is connected and looks toward the future. But the demographic issue remains a variable that needs to enter the equation. We need to change the structure of the population because the current demographic growth is out of proportion to our economic growth. In some regions, young girls who are under the age of 18 are already mothers, and the majority of women have an average of 5 or even 8 children to take care of. They have more difficulty feeding them, bringing them up, caring for them, and educating them properly. This is why we have intensified our family planning program in order to get the birth rate under control and transform a population which is currently dependent into a population that is active and economically productive. Demography is thus becoming an asset for Madagascar and not an impediment to development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, we need to offer a better future to our children. So we need to protect the planet that is their home. Madagascar is a sanctuary of nature with 5% of its global biodiversity and 80% of endemic species. We absolutely need to protect this biodiversity. And like other areas of the world, these treasures are in jeopardy. Faced with deforestation and climate challenges, island countries like ours are undergoing the consequences of planetary warming. Cyclones have become increasingly frequent, coming one after another, and they're more and more devastating. Flooding has destroyed our fields, and it has threatened our harvests and the incomes of our farmers. Madagascar is one of the countries that is the victim of the repercussions of climate change. Our planet is burning. Our ecosystems are degrading, while action and financing is not forthcoming. It is high time to move to action. We all know the facts. Right now, let us act together. This is why we wish to sound a call once more for climate justice, so that polluting countries can live up to their responsibilities, and so that the promised financing for adaptation is actually provided, so these promises are kept. We reaffirm our commitment to the preservation of this common heritage with a program of massive reforestation by planting millions of trees every year. Thus, Madagascar joined the coalition of carbon-neutral countries known as G0, and we are positioning ourselves as a model actor. We've also strengthened the protection of our protected areas. Our ambition is to restore our forests and develop the green and blue economy. Excellencies, dear leaders, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, here and now from this august rostrum, I call for unity and action. This is not a time for reflecting. It is a time for concerted strategies. This is not the time for dependency, but rather for sovereign affirmation. This is not a time for sluggishness, but rather for acceleration, for boldness, and for effectiveness. Our mission, this is our reason for being. It is our destiny, a destiny that aims to improve the everyday lives of citizens and which affects every life, every child, every mother. Therefore, we need to ask a question. What world will we choose for our children and for the future of succeeding generations? For my people, for progress, I will never stop bringing to bear all the ways and means possible to accelerate the transformation of my country. We need to go farther. We need to go faster with courage and hope. Yes, the task is huge and the aspirations of the population are great, but we know one thing: division is not a solution. Conflicts brings rise to instability. So let's choose unity, solidarity. Let us choose to build rather than to destroy, because every child has the right to dream, and every people has the right to hope. So let's move together, united, upright together. Let's move toward the world that we want. I have a dream for my country, for Madagascar, for Southern Africa, for the African continent, and for all of the voices that are not heard very often. The dream of a future where peace always wins out over war, where development benefits every human being, where fundamental rights are never up for negotiation, and where nature is preserved as our most sacred heritage. So, yes, we will be better together for peace, for development, and for future generations. Because history has shown us that when we choose unity, we combat instability. When we cultivate solidarity, we plant the seeds of prosperity. So may the 8 next decades be marked by a global governance that is more fair, more inclusive, and more effective. Long live the United Nations, long live cooperation among peoples, and long live Madagascar.
Que Dieu nous bénisse.
May God bless us. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Madagascar. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. The chaos that shadows our world is a reminder that we cannot afford the luxury of inaction. We will have been consumed by our differences had there been no community such as this to remind us that we are one human family. Even in our darkest hours, we have refused to be broken. This community was born from the ashes of despair, a vehicle for order, and for the shared assurance that we could not afford to falter again. Our belief in this community is not a posture of moral superiority, but an undying faith in the redemption of humanity. It is, therefore, with profound humility that I stand before you today as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to renew this pledge on behalf of my country. Madam President, Nigeria joins the Committee of Nations in congratulating you on your election as the President of the General Assembly for the 80th session, and I assure you of our unalloyed support during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, my brother, His Excellency Philemon Yang, and the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for their outstanding stewardship and unifying leadership during these extraordinary times. This anniversary must not be a sentimental retreat into nostalgia. It must be a moment of truth, a pause to measure where we have stumbled and how we might have done better in turning our values into action that meets the demands of today. We are here to deliver a world of peace and development where the respect for human rights is paramount. We must recalibrate the delicate balance between our roles as sovereign governments and our duties as collective partners to renew multilateralism in a world that has evolved far beyond what it was in 1945. The pace of change across borders is a pause without pause. It manifests in the tools of technology, in the movements of information and finance, in the corrosive ideologies that preach violence and division, in the gathering storm of the climate emergency, and in the tide of irregular migration. We must own this process of change. When we speak of nuclear disarmament, the proliferation of small weapons, Security Council reform, fair access to trade and finance, and the conflicts and human suffering across the world, we must recognize the truth. These are stains on our collective humanity. For all our careful diplomatic language, the slow pace of progress on these hardy perennials of the UN General Assembly debate has led some to look away from the multilateral model. Some years ago, I noticed a shift at this gathering. Key events were beginning to take place outside this hall, and the most sought-after voices were no longer heads of state. These are indeed troubling times. Nigeria remains firmly convinced of the merits of multilateralism. But to sustain that conviction, we must show that existing structures are not set in stone. We must make real change, change that works, and change that is seen to work. If we fail, the direction of travel is already predictable. We are here to strengthen the prospects for peace, development, and human rights. Madam President, I want to make 4 points today to outline how we can do this. 1, Nigeria must have a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. This should take place. This should take place as part of a wider process of institutional reform. 2, we need urgent action to promote sovereign debt relief and access to trade and financing. 3, countries that host minerals must benefit from those minerals. And 4th, the digital divide must close. As our friend the Secretary General has said, AI must stand for Africa included. On my first point, the United Nations will recover its relevance only when it reflects the world as it is, not as it was. Nigeria's journey tells this story with clarity. When the UN was founded, we were a colony of 20 million people, absent from the tables where decisions about our fate were taken. Today, we are a sovereign nation of 236 million people, projected to be the third most populous country in the world, with one of the youngest and most dynamic populations on earth, a stabilizing force in regional security, and a consistent partner in global peacemaking. Our case for permanent seat at the Security Council is a demand for fairness, for representation, and for reform that restores credibility to the very institution upon which the hope of multilateralism rests. This is why Nigeria stands firmly behind the UN-80 initiative of the UN Secretary General and the resolution adopted by this Assembly on 18 July 2025, a bold step to reform the wider United Nations system for greater relevance, efficiency, and effectiveness in the face of unprecedented financial strain. We support the drive to rationalize structures and end the duplication of responsibilities and programs so that this institution may speak with one voice and act with greater coherence. Madam President, Africa, none of us in this world can function peacefully in isolation. This is the heavy burden of sovereignty. Sovereignty is a covenant of shared responsibility, a recognition that our survival is bound to the survival of others. To live up to this charge, we must work hand in hand with our neighbors and partners. We must follow the trails of weapons, of money, and of people. For these forces, too often driven by faceless non-state actors, ignite the fires of conflict across our region. Madam President, Nigeria's soldiers and civilians carry a proud legacy. They have participated in 51 out of 60 United Nations peacekeeping operations since our independence in 1960. We have stood with our partners in Africa to resolve conflicts, and we continue that commitment today through the Multinational Joint Task Force. At home, we confront the scourge of insurgency with from this long and difficult struggle with violent extremism. One truth stands clear. Military tactics may win battles measured in months and years, but in wars that span generations, it is values and ideas that deliver the ultimate victory. We are despised by terrorists because we choose tolerance over tyranny. Their ambition is to divide us and to poison our humanity with a toxic rhetoric of hate. Our difference is the distance between shadow and light, between despair and hope, between the ruin of anarchy and the promise of order. We do not only fight wars, we pit and shelter the innocent victims of war. This is why we are not indifferent to the devastations of our neighbors near and distant. This is why we speak of the violence and aggression visited upon innocent civilians in Gaza, the illegal attack on Qatar, and the tensions that scar the wider region. It is not only because of the culture of impunity that makes such acts intolerable, but because our own bitter experience has taught us that such violence never ends where it begins. We do not believe that the sanctity of human life should be trapped in the corridors of endless debate. That is why we say, without stuttering and without doubt, that a two-state solution remains the most dignified path to lasting peace for the people of Palestine. For too long, this community has borne the weight of moral conflict. For too long, we have been caught in the crossfire of violence that offends the conscience of humanity. We come not as partisans, but as peacemakers. We come as brothers and sisters of a shared wall, a wall that must never reduce the right to live into the currency of devious politics. The people of Palestine are not collateral damage in a civilization searching for order. They are human beings, equal in worth, entitled to the same freedoms and dignities that the rest of us take for granted. We want to make the choice crystal clear. Civilized values over fear. Civilized values over vengeance. Civilized values over bloodshed. We show the opportunities that peace brings, just as the extremists hope to drive apart rival communities and different religions. We work through multilateral platforms within the rule of law to build the consensus and support that makes this immensely difficult and dangerous task that much easier. This is how we deny our enemies the space they crave to fuel tension and despair. It is our experience that this offers the best, perhaps only hope for peace, reconciliation, and victory for the civilized values of a shared humanity. Nigeria is a diverse country, also recognizes the variable geometry of democracy in different forms and speeds. For this reason, we are working with the United Nations to strengthen democratic institutions in our region and beyond through the Regional Partnership for Democracy. Madam President, point 2. The price of peace is eternal vigilance. The increasingly difficult security outlook has prompted many member states to count the cost of the emerging world order. We in Nigeria are already familiar with so difficult choices: infrastructure renewal or defense platforms, schools or tanks. Our view is that the path to sustainable peace lies in growth and prosperity. The government has taken difficult but necessary steps to restructure our economy and remove distortions, including subsidies and currency controls that benefited the few at the expense of the many. I believe in the power of the market to transform. Our task is to enable and facilitate and to trust in the ingenuity and enterprise of the people. But the process of transition is difficult and brings unavoidable hardship. This year, we held the inaugural West African Economic Summit in Abuja to bring investors and opportunities together. The results far exceeded our expectations and are a clear indication of what innovation can deliver. It is in that same spirit of dynamic review that I invite the United Nations to re-examine the best use of scarce resources. One critical area is climate change. It is not an abstract issue about an indeterminate fate to be settled at some distant point in the future. It is not even solely an environmental issue. It is about national, regional, and international security. It is about irregular migration. Truly, this is an everyone issue. We are all stakeholders, and we are all beneficiaries of the best outcomes. Madam President, this is why relevant ministers have been instructed to work with the UN to make the best use of climate funds. We believe there are huge shared dividends to accrue from increased support for education, for resilient housing, for access to technology and financing to allow vulnerable communities to thrive, to become part of solutions rather than problems. Nigeria and Africa have made significant strides in recent years to put our affairs in order. We can take that progress to the next level, a level that presents new opportunities for trade, investment, and profit, if we can assess reforms to strengthen the international financial architecture. We need urgent action to promote debt relief, not as an act of charity, but as a clear path to the peace and prosperity that benefits us all. I'm calling for new and binding mechanism to manage sovereign debt, a sort of international court of justice for money that will allow emerging economies to escape the economic straitjacket of primary production of unprocessed exports. It has been over 4 decades since the Lagos Plan of Action outlined a route away from debt and dependence that highlighted opportunities that today should still be explored for local added value for processing and manufacturing in everything from agriculture to solid minerals and petrochemicals. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a remarkable achievement of cooperation. We remain fully committed to the achievement of the SDGs and are convinced that this can be best delivered by focusing principally on our primary mission of growth and prosperity. Madam President, on our third point, we welcome steps to move towards peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We agree that international investment and engagement offer a way out of the cycle of decay and violence. Access to strategic minerals from Sierra Leone in the 1990s and Sudan today has for too long been a source of conflict rather than prosperity. Africa, and I must include Nigeria, has in abundance the critical minerals that will derive and drive the technologies of the future. Investments in exploration, development and processing of these minerals in Africa will diversify supply to the international market, reduce tensions between major economies, and help shape the architecture for peace and prosperity on a continent that too often in the past has been left behind by the rivalries and competition between different power blocs. We know in Nigeria that we are more stable when those communities that have access to key resources are able to benefit from these resources. This has been our journey in the oil-producing region of the Niger Delta. I believe that will strengthen the international order when those countries that produce strategic minerals benefit fairly from those minerals in terms of investment, partnership, local processing, and jobs. When we export raw materials, as we have been doing, tension, inequality, and instability fester. Madam President, the fourth pillar for change that I am advocating is a dedicated initiative, bringing together researchers, private sector, government, and communities to close the digital divide. As we stand on the threshold of new and dramatic technological change, we are still absorbing the impact of the revolution on information and communication of the past 20 years. We understand better than we did the opportunities technology offers, as well as the safeguards we need to enable growth and mitigate the potential for corruption. Some worry about fake news. Truly, we have plenty of that, with the potential of devastating real-world consequences in countries rich and poor. I am more worried about an emerging generation that grows ever more cynical because it believes nothing and trusts less. As technology shakes up public administration, law, finance, conflict, and so much of the human condition, I'm calling for a new dialogue to ensure we promote the best of the opportunities that are arising and promote the level of access that allows emerging economies more quickly to close a wealth and knowledge gap that is in no one's interest. I join you today to reassert Nigeria's commitment to peace, to development, to unity, to multilateralism, and to the defense of human rights is beyond compromise. For none of us is safe until all of us are safe. The road ahead will not be easy, and we know there are no quick fixes to the trials that test the human spirit. Yet history reminds us that bold action in pursuit of noble ideals has always defined the story of the United Nations. Time and again, we have found the wisdom to balance sovereign rights with collective responsibility. That balance is once again in question. But I believe, quite passionately, that a renewed commitment to multilateralism, not as a slogan, but as an article of faith, remains our surest path forward. Nigeria dedicates itself fully and without reservation to that noble cause. I thank you all for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sabah al-Khalid al-Sabah, Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I request the protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, Madam President Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. At the outset, it gives me pleasure to convey to you the greetings of His Highness Amir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Mish'al Al-Ahmad Al-Jabir Al-Sabah. May God protect him. And I convey his wishes for a successful UNGA AT. And I express to you, Madam President, and to your friendly country, our congratulations on your election as President of the UN General Assembly, and I would like to applaud the efforts of your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang, during his presidency of the last session of the General Assembly. And I would be remiss not to highly appreciate the wise leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres. And I would like to seize this opportunity to reiterate Kuwait's continued support for him and his efforts to promote the mission and purposes of the United Nations. Madam President, we share your vision for the objectives of this session under the theme Better Together. The theme embodies the necessary spirit of solidarity in order to overcome the multiple and interconnected challenges today. It is incumbent on member states to work together to preserve this organization as the cornerstone of multilateralism and as the refuge for states and peoples in order to address their disputes and overcome the challenges, and to determine the means to achieve economic, social, and human development throughout the world. Before we look towards the future, we must reflect on the previous 8 decades since the establishment of the United Nations. The UN was established when countries agreed in 1945 to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice has brought untold sorrow to mankind. While we have not seen a third world war since the establishment of the UN, we did witness, and especially lately, an incapacity to address the political challenges and security, climate, human, and health-related challenges as necessary. In addition, we must heed the lessons of our shared failures in the context of this organization. We must draw the lessons as states and governments and peoples to realize the best means for non-recurrence of our mistakes and to grant our future generations a safer world. Madam President, there are multiple successes of this organization that we cannot forget. I recall here gratefully some of the most prominent success stories of the United Nations and of the Security Council in particular, when the world 35 years ago stood in solidarity with the state of Kuwait and in support of truth, justice, and the rule of law. On the 27th of September 1990, the late Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Jabir al-Ahmad al-Jabir al-Sabah, stood here at this podium carrying a message from a people who have loved peace and worked for peace and who have endured invasion. And the audience in this hall expressed their support for this people, this peace-loving people of Kuwait, and the Kuwaiti people's just cause. And this message of support remains in the hearts of every Kuwaiti citizen today, as well as the efforts to liberate Kuwait from a brutal invasion. The Security Council at the time demonstrated its ability to discharge its mandate for the maintenance of international peace and security. It demonstrated a successful model and succeeded in discharging its duties and adopted a historical resolution to take all means necessary to liberate Kuwait. And this action by the Security Council remains forever remembered in the hearts of the Kuwaiti people. The Security Council at the time embodied an excellent example in achieving justice and peace. And we would be remiss here not to remind the continued human issue that concerns every Kuwaiti, which is the whereabouts and the fate of the missing persons, some of whom have returned to their Lord as a result of the injustice they suffered. And it will continue to be remembered by the state of Kuwait after 3 decades. This multi-dimensional issue, dimensions including human and social and political, requires good faith and determination to be successfully addressed and requires close follow-up from the Security Council. We hope to heal the wounds of the family members of the missing persons who continue to grieve over their loved ones, and they hope to bury their loved ones in their homeland. In this regard, we welcome the adoption of the Security Council of Resolution 2792 this year, which has provided for the appointment of a high-level UN representative to follow up the issue accordingly. And as a result of the consequences of this issue, this representative's mandate must be used to close these outstanding issues in a manner that aligns with the legitimate aspirations of the state of Kuwait and the international community. This is a matter that will undoubtedly contribute to enhancing the cooperation between the state of Kuwait and the brotherly nation of the Republic of Iraq. Madam President, the Secretary General has launched the UN-80 initiative, which aligns with the reform efforts pursued by the United Nations to enhance its effectiveness and efficiency, to make it more fit for purpose and more fit for overcoming the challenges. And when addressing reforms in multilateralism, we must prioritize Security Council reform. We are firmly convinced that there is a dire need to reform the Security Council in a manner that enshrines justice, transparency, and credibility, and the non-selectivity, in order for the Security Council to become more capable of addressing contemporary threats, and so that its composition more accurately reflects the world we live in today. Madam President, Kuwait is honored to preside over the current 45th session of the Supreme Council of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Throughout time, the GCC has proven that it is a major pillar for stability and prosperity in our region. My country continues through its presidency of the Supreme Council to promote our joint efforts in the GCC and our strategic relationship with regional and international organizations. And we take pride in our efforts on behalf of our brothers and sisters in adopting the resolution related to the cooperation between the GCC and the United Nations. We look forward to the initiatives that will be taken in different spheres. We people of the Gulf do not know the impossible, and we will navigate towards the future with strong hearts and determination, believing in our joint destiny. Madam President, our region has witnessed lately a dangerous military escalation and an expansion of conflict, and we have repeatedly warned against this in the past and warned against its consequences for the region, and we condemn in the strongest of terms in this regard the brutal Israeli aggression against Qatar. We consider this attack a blatant violation of all international customs and norms, and an attack against a mediator that is working faithfully for the sake of peace. And we reiterate our complete solidarity with our brethren in Qatar, and we reiterate that any threat against any member state of the GCC is a threat against every member of the GCC. Just a few days ago, 2 emergency summits have been held, the first for the Supreme Council of the GCC and the second, the Arab Islamic Emergency Summit in Doha, to discuss the Israeli aggression against Qatar. We reiterate the different provisions in both outcome documents of the summits. Madam President, Kuwait continues its tireless efforts that have continued throughout 2 decades to assist Iraq to achieve the legitimate aspirations of the Iraqi people and our brothers and sisters in Iraq, and in order to promote stability and security in the region through bilateral agreements that are the cornerstone for defining our means of cooperation in order to build a better future for both our countries and to turn the page on the painful past. Accordingly, from this podium, we reiterate for the 3rd year in a row our commitment to the provisions of the agreement to regulate maritime navigation in the Khor of Abdullah with the Republic of Iraq since 2009, and we reiterate our commitment to correcting the negotiation course in order to determine our maritime boundaries beyond point 162 as per international law and the UN Convention on Law of the Sea of 1982, and without prejudice to the territories and islands in the area. And we reiterate at the same time our call on our sisters and brothers in Iraq to respect the provisions of the effective agreements between us in order for us to be able to unleash the prospects for cooperation between our two countries to greater heights. Madam President, what is taking place in the Gaza Strip for almost 2 years of collective punishment and the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinians and of innocent people, most of whom are women, are children, and using starvation as warfare is only an unfolding of genocide before our eyes. And we have reached this point because of the double standards in the application of international law. We cannot call for respect of international law in one area and ignore the application in another. This leads to undermining trust in the international system. The state of Kuwait once again condemns the Israeli aggression against the Gaza Strip and against all occupied Palestinian territory, and we call for an end to this aggression immediately and to allow for uninterrupted humanitarian access. And we also applaud the efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States in order to reach a ceasefire. We recall in this regard the high-level conference on the two-state solution, and under the joint leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic, and we look forward to building on the momentum generated by the conference. And we commend the decision by many friendly states to recognize the state of Palestine. And we emphasize the need for the remaining states to do the same. The state of Kuwait also reiterates its firm commitment to support UNRWA because of its critical role in securing the basic needs of millions of Palestinian refugees. And we categorically reject the settlement activities and forced displacement of the occupying power, and we call on measures to be taken to hold Israel accountable for its crimes. The state of Kuwait also reiterates its historical and firm support for the Palestinian people and their just cause and their legitimate right to the establishment of a Palestinian state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, as per UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. Madam President, the state of Kuwait stands in support of the Syrian Arab Republic and the Republic of Lebanon in their efforts to build a secure and prosperous future that fulfills the aspirations of their people. And we reiterate the need to respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of both states. And we follow with great concern the developments in Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. And we call on our brothers and sisters to prioritize wisdom and dialogue in order to settle the disputes in accordance with international law, in order to preserve the sovereignty and the unity, independence, and territorial integrity of these states. And based on our commitment to good neighborliness, we reiterate once again our call on the Islamic Republic of Iran to initiate a serious path to build for confidence-building measures, and we believe that creating the conducive environment for negotiations will contribute to resolving the nuclear program and all other outstanding issues. Madam President, we in Kuwait as a result of our people's determination, continue confidently towards the future as per Kuwait Vision 2035, which aims to establish Kuwait as a financial and trade hub in the region. Similarly, and in parallel, we work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, drawing inspiration from the ancestors in their dedication throughout succeeding generations in order to progress nation. And we reiterate at the same time the important role of Kuwaiti women and Kuwaiti youth in the different areas, and we applaud their contributions on the path towards development and prosperity. Now that only 5 years remain until 2030, we emphasize the need to continue our efforts so that we can achieve these noble goals and to leave no one behind. And based on our experience and our knowledge of the experiences of developing states, we have committed to international development, and the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, since its establishment in 1961, has provided support for development projects in 107 states. And we reiterate our support for global development and our continued efforts to deliver humanitarian assistance throughout the world without discrimination or politicization or conditions. In conclusion, Madam President, the state of Kuwait was and continues to be, as you have known Kuwait throughout time, a strong supporter of the United Nations and its noble efforts in the different parts of the world. We firmly commit to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and commit to the UN as a beacon of hope and a hub for the coordination of international joint efforts. And we support the international efforts to settle disputes through dialogue and peaceful means. And we believe in a culture of tolerance and peaceful existence. And we will continue to love peace, and we will continue to work for the sake of peace. And may the peace of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Sabah Al-Khalid Al-Sabah. Now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Years ago, the people of our nations came together and put their trust in each other's humanity, an act of faith all the more extraordinary when we recall the devastation that still gripped the world. Yet, out of the grief and ruin of war, that generation found the courage, the wisdom and the compassion to work together for a better peace, to build a world governed by rights and rules, not fear or force, where the sovereignty of every nation is respected, the essential dignity and equality of every man, woman and child upheld, and where the shared mission and purpose of the United Nations is not merely to contain the threat of war, it is to create the conditions for peace, to provide a framework for settling our disputes, to foster the dialogue that enables us to manage our differences and deepen our understanding, and to nourish the opportunity, build the prosperity and deliver the economic justice on which true and enduring security always depends. If 80 years ago this task had been entrusted to the great powers alone, then in all likelihood we would not be gathering here today. Instead, history would note the United Nations as little more than a noble experiment. The reason this institution has endured is because it belongs to all of us, because it has been built and shaped by all of us. And it is up to all of us to bring new strength to the United Nations' enduring mission, to renew our commitment to the principle that peace is both our common cause and our collective responsibility. The creation of the International Rules-Based Order owes much to the post-war leadership of the United States of America. For the region Australia calls home, that stability has underpinned a generational economic transformation. But we cannot ask, and should not expect, any one nation to uphold the rules or guarantee the security on which all of us depend. We all have a role in making sure that the system which has enabled the rise of new powers safeguards the rights and aspiration of every nation, big and small. For Australia, this means investing in our capabilities and investing in our relationships, investing in development, in defence and in diplomacy, to strengthen the security of our region, to support the sovereignty of our neighbours and to contribute to the cause of peace beyond the Indo-Pacific. We promote unity in the Pacific Islands Forum. We are deepening our engagement with ASEAN and elevating our partnerships with Indonesia, India, the Republic of Korea and Japan. And we are breaking new ground with old friends in the United Kingdom, the European Union and our principal ally, the United States, because we see mutual understanding, shared prosperity and economic cooperation as the most powerful counterpoints to confrontation, to isolation or conflict. Wars are often started by countries who imagine there is something to gain. The more we can do to reinforce the architecture of peace and prosperity, the more we remind nations of everything they stand to lose. Colleagues, whenever a head of government speaks to this Assembly about prosperity or security, they will always be met with calls for that work to begin at home. Part of our job is demonstrating to the people that we serve that what happens in the world matters to them, that when we cooperate to enhance security, contribute to alleviating poverty or commit to protecting the natural environment, when we support the agency of forums such as the G20 or APEC, or invest in diplomatic partnerships like the Quad, none of this means setting our national interests or our people's values aside. It means working to fulfil them. The United Nations is much more than an arena for the great powers to veto each other's ambitions. This is a platform for middle powers and small nations to voice and achieve our aspirations. And that is why Australia is seeking a place on the UN Security Council in 2029-30. And it is why we are bidding to co-host the 31st Conference of the Parties with our Pacific family, nations for whom climate change is more than an environmental challenge, it is an existential threat. This is a place for the global spotlight to shine on suffering and struggles that might otherwise be forgotten, and for the international community to work together to advance our shared interests and to tackle challenges we cannot meet alone. In 2025, we are confronted by all manner of these challenges in old forms and new. Dictators whose hold on power derives solely from their capacity for cruelty to their own citizens. Tyrants who invade sovereign nations to further their own ambitions. Regimes willing to crush their own people beneath the weight of oppression. Autocracies deploying new technology to undermine our trust in democracy, institutions and each other. Intimidation and coercion on the seas and in the skies, endangering lives and risking escalation. Terrorists and states which sponsor terrorism, spreading hatred. And if ever we had the luxury of imagining that breaches of international law were not our concern, or that conflict and turmoil in another part of the world could not affect us, those days are long gone. Just last month, Australian security agencies confirmed that the Iranian regime orchestrated the firebombing of a synagogue in Melbourne and a Jewish restaurant in Sydney. Criminal acts of cowardice aimed at spreading fear. We expelled the Iranian ambassador from Australia, the first time since the Second World War that our country has taken such a step. And here at the United Nations, we repeat to the world, there is no place for anti-Semitism. Colleagues, it is not the Australian way to try and impose our values on other nations. But when we deal with the world, we bring our values with us, and we strive to back our words with actions. Australia helped to draft the United Nations Charter, and we were part of the first peacekeeping operation under UN authority, proudly supporting independence for Indonesia. As an economy engaged in the fastest growing region of the world in human history, Australia champions the benefits of free and fair trade, and we work to strengthen it by advocating for working people to share in the prosperity that trade creates through better wages, safer workplaces, and the elimination of exploitation and modern slavery, and by supporting the security of communications and maritime travel that make trade possible through the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, including in our region and the South China Sea. And as a proud member of the Pacific family, as a continent home to some of the greatest natural treasures on the planet, and as a nation blessed with the traditional resources, critical minerals, skills and sunlight and space to power the global shift to net zero, Australia is acting to meet the environmental challenge of climate change while working to seize and share the economic opportunities of renewable energy. We will meet our 2030 target of 43% emissions reduction on 2005 levels. And last week, we set our target for 2035, cutting emissions by 62 to 70%. We are honouring our commitment to the Paris Agreement and its goal of keeping global temperatures below dangerous levels. Our target is ambitious, but importantly, it is achievable. And more than anything else, Australia's embrace of clean, renewable energy will get us there. Clean energy can carry the world beyond the false choice between economic growth and environmental responsibility, because clean energy enables the rapidly growing economies of the Indo-Pacific to industrialise and decarbonise at the same time, and to continue lifting their people's living standards while lowering their nation's emissions. Colleagues, as one of the world's oldest democracies, and one of the first where women could vote in elections and stand for Parliament, Australia knows societies and economies are stronger when they draw on the talents of all of their citizens. Indeed, it was a great Australian, Jessie Street, one of just 8 women among the 850 delegates who gathered in San Francisco in 1945, who insisted that the UN Charter makes specific mention of sexual discrimination. Because, she said, where the rules are silent, women are not usually considered. That is why Australia proudly works to promote education, economic opportunity and empowerment for women and girls around the world. As the home of the world's oldest continuous culture, we honour the knowledge and resilience of Indigenous people everywhere. And as a country strengthened and enriched by the hard work and aspiration of people drawn from every faith and tradition on earth, we stand against discrimination and prejudice everywhere. As a people who believe that kindness is an act of courage, We want to see aid workers delivering food, water and medicine to conflict zones protected. And this week, Australia and our partners launched the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel. And I thank the more than 100 nations that have already endorsed the Declaration. And as a nation that knows security depends on sovereignty, Australia stands with the courageous people of Ukraine in their struggle against Russia's illegal and immoral invasion. We share the resolve of every member of the Coalition of the Willing to secure peace on Ukraine's terms. It is the nature of the world the United Nations serves that this institution is constantly tested. In times of global uncertainty, there are no easy days, but there are clear choices. If the United Nations steps back, we all lose ground. If we give people reason to doubt the value of cooperation, then the risk of conflict becomes the default option, which grows. If we allow any nation to imagine itself outside the rules or above them, then the sovereignty of every nation is eroded. If we resign ourselves to the idea that war is inevitable, or relegate ourselves to the status of disinterested bystanders, if our only response to every crisis is to insist that there is nothing we can do, then we risk being trusted with nothing. We risk a world where dialogue and diplomacy are viewed as a dead end, rather than the vital road to understanding, where cooperation to meet new challenges facing humanity yields to old differences of race or faith or ethnicity, and where people beset by conflict, poverty or inequality come to look on this assembly as little more than a final resting place for good intentions. All of us, proud to belong to this institution, understand that this is not the case. But knowing that or saying it is not enough. We have to prove it, not by pointing to longevity or appealing to history, but by reforming the United Nations so that it can serve us better in the present, and by working together to shape the future. Because, while 80 years is a significant milestone, the true value of the United Nations is not counted in decades, it is measured in deeds, in actions that make a positive difference to people's lives. That is how the UN proves its worth and makes its case, by delivering food to villages in the grip of famine, by providing vaccines that spare families from disease, by bringing clean water to a community on the brink, by helping countries break the shackles of poverty, by liberating children from exploitation or abuse, by guarding against the spread of nuclear weapons and working for a world free of nuclear weapons, by demonstrating that the principles on which the United Nations was founded still hold life and weight and meaning and hope for the people who need them most. And nowhere is that task more urgent than the Middle East. For decades, leaders have come to this podium in search of new words and new ways to call the world to action on a two-state solution. Today I look to words that Australia helped write 80 years ago. Australia is calling for a ceasefire, for the immediate release of the hostages, for aid to flow to those in desperate need, and for the terrorists of Hamas to have no role in Gaza's future. And this week, Australia recognised the state of Palestine because, to quote from the Charter, that forms the very foundations of this institution and reflects the very best of its idealism, we are determined, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and for these ends, to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbours. That was right 80 years ago, and it's right today. Every nation that takes a seat in this room has put its name to those principles. Peacekeepers and aid workers from all over the world have risked and lost their lives in the service of those ideals. So we must ask ourselves, when can those words hold meaning if not now? Where can those words apply if they do not apply to the Middle East? And what can we, the members of the United Nations, say we stand for if we cannot say we stand for this? There is a moment of opportunity here. Let us seize it. Colleagues, in the early days of this Assembly, Papua New Guinea was considered an Australian territory. And last week, that proud nation celebrated the 50th anniversary of its independence. And soon, Australia's nearest neighbour will become our newest ally. Times change, nations and regions change with them, but the ideals and imperatives that built this place are timeless. More than ever, we must trust in each other's humanity. More than ever, we must choose to succeed together rather than risk failing alone. More than ever, we must work to see the promises of this place deliver real progress for the people that we serve. More than ever, we must work to build a future true to the United Nations' noble purpose and worthy of our people's greatest qualities. We all have a part to play, and Australia, just as we always have, will always play our part. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia. The Assembly will hear now an address by Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President Baerbock, Secretary General Guterres, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are living a historical accelerated phase, rich in opportunities, but also, perhaps above all, dense with dangers. Suspended between war and peace. According to the Global Peace Index 2024, there are currently 56 armed conflicts ongoing in the world, the highest number since the Second World War. We live in a world profoundly different from the one in which the United Nations was founded when, in 1945, 51 nations, today nearly all of the nations of the world, decided to come together to found an international organization whose main purpose was to prevent war. The question we must ask ourselves 80 years later, while looking around us, is, have we succeeded? The answer, you all know, because it lies in the headlines, and it is merciless. Peace, dialogue, diplomacy seem no longer able to persuade or to prevail. The use of force prevails on far too many occasions, and the scenario before us is that which Pope Francis described with unique effectiveness, a third world war fought piecemeal. Obviously, among the major conflicts underway is, of course, the large-scale war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. 3.5 years ago, on February 24th, 2022, Moscow decided to attack Kyiv. And I believe not enough reflection has been given to the consequences of that choice, to a point I consider fundamental. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, deliberately trampled on Article 2 of the UN Charter, violating the integrity and political independence of another sovereign state, with the aim of annexing its territory. And still today, it shows no willingness to seriously accept any invitation to sit at the peace table. This deep wound, inflicted on international law, as could be foreseen, unleashed destabilizing effects far beyond the borders in which that war is taking place. The conflict in Ukraine has rekindled and set off several other crises. Meanwhile, the United Nations has become even more divided. It is no coincidence that Hamas took advantage of the weakening of this architecture to launch on October 7th, 2023, its attack against Israel. The ferocity and brutality of that attack, the hunt for unarmed civilians, prompted Israel to a reaction that was at first legitimate, because every state and every people has the right to defend itself. But the response to aggression must always respect the principle of proportionality. This applies to individuals and all the more so to states. And Israel has exceeded that limit with a large-scale war disproportionately involving the Palestinian civilian population. And it is in crossing this limit that the Jewish state has ended up violating humanitarian norms, causing a massacre among civilians. This choice, which Italy has repeatedly deemed unacceptable, will lead us to vote in favor of some of the sanctions proposed by the European Commission against Israel. But we do not side with those who heap all the blame for what is happening in Gaza on Israel, because it was Hamas that unleashed the war. It is Hamas that could end the suffering of Palestinians by immediately releasing all the hostages. It is Hamas that seems intent on thriving on the suffering of the people it claims to represent. Israel must free itself from the trap of this war. It must do so for the history of the Jewish people, for its democracy, for the innocent, and for the universal values of the free world of which it is part. And to end the war, concrete solutions are needed. Peace is not built only with appeals or with ideological proclamations embraced with enthusiasm by those who in truth do not want peace. Peace is built with patience, with courage, with reasonableness. The children of Gaza, like those Italy is proudly receiving and treating in its hospitals, are asking for answers that can improve their condition. And to that we are committed. Italy is and will be there for anyone willing to work on a serious plan for the release of hostages, a permanent ceasefire, the exclusion of Hamas from any governance dynamic in Palestine, the gradual withdrawal of Israel from Gaza, and the involvement of the international community in managing the subsequent phase of the ceasefire, leading to the realization of the two-state perspective. In this regard, we consider very interesting the proposals that the President of the United States has discussed recently with Arab countries, and we are ready to lend a hand. We believe that Israel has no right to prevent the future creation of a Palestinian state, nor to build new settlements in the West Bank to that end. For this reason, we have signed the New York Declaration on the two-state solution. This is Italy's historic position on the Palestinian question, and it has never changed. At the same time, we believe that the recognition of Palestine must have two indispensable preconditions: the release of all Israeli hostages and Hamas's renunciation of any role in the government of Palestine. For those who unleash the conflict cannot be rewarded. And thus we return to the starting point, the rules, the force of law. In Ukraine, in the Middle East, in every scenario where war dominates and reason seems lost. There's no escaping, colleagues, the most important question, which is the reason we're all here together today: is the United Nations architecture we built 80 years ago up to task in the face of the challenges we are facing today? It is not. and multilateralism, dialogue, and diplomacy without institutions that function as they should are only empty words. We must recognize our limits. We must recognize that a profound reform of the United Nations is necessary and urgent, not an ideological reform, but a pragmatic, realistic one that respects the sovereignty of nations and opens to shared solutions. We need an agile, efficient institution able to respond quickly to crises, transparent in its mission and costs, capable of minimizing bureaucracy, waste, duplications. What we call the glass palace must be truly a house of glass. The reform Italy has in mind, starting with the Security Council, must respect the principles of equality, democracy, representativeness, and accountability. We do not need new hierarchies nor new permanent seats, simply because they would not solve the decision-making paralysis that has undermined the credibility of this institution. We are open to discussing reform without any prejudice, including on the basis of proposals already advanced by the Uniting for Consensus group. But we want a reform that serves to represent everyone better, not to give more representation to just a few. But to be effective, it is not only institutions we must reform, because we're facing a change of era. And this requires a profound revision of all the tools we have to regulate relations among nations and defend the rights of people, including international conventions. I'm thinking, for example, of conventions regulating migration and asylum. These are rules enshrined in an era when mass irregular immigration did not exist, nor did human trafficking. Conventions that are no longer current and which, when interpreted ideologically and one-sidedly by politicized judiciaries, they end up trampling on the law instead of upholding it. Together with other European states, we have raised this issue and tend to pursue it not to lower the level of guarantees, but to build a system that keeps pace with the times, capable of protecting fundamental human rights while safeguarding the sacrosanct prerogative of every nation to protect its citizens and its borders, exercise sovereignty, and govern migration, which impacts citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. The international community must unite in combating human trafficking. The United Nations, like other international institutions, such as the European Union, cannot look the other way or protect, in the end, criminals in the name of presumed civil rights. Likewise, the United Nations cannot hypocritically consider some human rights less worthy of protection than others. I am thinking above all of the denied value of religious freedom and of the tens of millions of people worldwide, largely Christians, persecuted, massacred in the name of their faith. We also need a new model of cooperation among nations, but building it requires humility, awareness, and trust in the counterpart before us. Italy is seeking to do its part in this as well. Above all, with the Mattei Plan for Africa, in the last 3 years, we have launched our cooperation plan with Africa and extended its reach to 14 nations. We have built collaborations with the United Nations, the European Union and its Global Gateway, the G7, the African Union, and the African Development Bank, international financial institutions, as well as several bilateral partners such as the United Arab Emirates, whom I wish to thank. This complementarity has earned us, last July, the honor of co-organizing with Ethiopia the 3rd UN Food System Summit, the responsibility of being an active part of the major infrastructure project of the Lobito corridor between Angola and Zambia, the opportunity to build public-private partnerships that attract investment and deliver concrete results. As is happening in Algeria, where we will reclaim over 36,000 hectares of desert for cultivation, benefiting over 600,000 people. As is happening with the opening of the AI Hub for Sustainable Development, involving hundreds of African startups in the development of artificial intelligence, and as is happening with the extension of the Blue Raman cable to East Africa, linking India to European economies via the Middle East and the Mediterranean. We, unlike other actors, have no ulterior motives in Africa. We are not interested in exploiting the continent for the rich raw materials it possesses. Rather, we want Africa to prosper by processing its own resources, creating jobs and prospects for its best synergies with stable governments and dynamic, secure societies. But this path cannot avoid addressing an issue that can no longer be postponed: the debt of African nations. Italy plans to convert, over the next 10 years, the entire amount of debt for the economically least developed nations, according to World Bank criteria, and to reduce by 50% that of lower middle income nations. The entire operation over 10 years will allow us to convert into local development projects over 235 million euros of debt. This is an initiative to which the Italian government, especially in this Jubilee year, attaches great importance, and which we hope may serve as an example for other nations as well, because it is not only an economic matter, but one of justice, of dignity, and of the future. Dear colleagues, 30 years of blind faith globalization have ended. Its aftershocks were underestimated, and today we face unexpected consequences, which were not truly unexpected, grave in their impact on citizens, families, and businesses. Things have not gone well, contrary to promises made. And let me give you some more news. Things could get much worse if we do not halt the artificial creation of unsustainable production models, such as the green plans that in Europe and across the West are leading to deindustrialization far sooner than decarbonization. The conversion of entire production sectors on the basis of theories that ignore the needs and the economic capacities of people has been a colossal mistake, causing suffering among the most vulnerable social classes and dragging the middle class downward, imposing irrational consumption choices. Unsustainable environmentalism has nearly destroyed the automobile sector in Europe, created problems in the United States, caused job losses, burdened competitiveness, and depleted knowledge. And most paradoxically, it has not improved the overall health of our planet. This is not, of course, about denying climate change, but about affirming reason, which above all means technological neutrality and gradual reforms instead of ideological extremism, respecting the environment while keeping humanity at the center. Because it took centuries to build our systems, but only a few decades to end up in an industrial desert. And as I said many times before, in the desert there's nothing green. Colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this year, we're not only celebrating the 80th anniversary of the birth of this assembly, but also the 70th anniversary of Italy's membership in the United Nations, a double anniversary that places on us an even greater responsibility to uphold the founding principles and values of this organization. With the awareness that to do so, we must make the tools effective to defend those principles and values of our time, so that our action may be more incisive and truly responsive to the needs of our societies. The choice that we have is simple. Either leave everything as it is, or take refuge in what is easy, or show our citizens that we will not waste the historic opportunity which this time, with its multiple challenges, has handed us to build a fairer and safer world. Because as St. Francis, the most Italian of saints, who gave his name to the city where this organization was born, said, "Difficult battles are reserved only for those who have exemplary courage." It is time, I believe, to show that courage. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. So now, Peter. I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, unfortunately, it is not an exaggeration to state that we are now living in the age of dangers, and it's not an exaggeration either to say that since the conclusion of the Second World War, currently we are experiencing the global security being in its worst shape ever. Wars, an increasing threat of terrorism, ethnic-based conflicts, spreading of extreme ideologies, and open reference to the use of nuclear weapons. This is the age of dangers, a period when the world has been faced with the risk of the outbreak of the Third World War. All these conflicts, unfortunately, are pointing to the same direction. The direction that the world will be divided into blocks again. And this would be a very dangerous phenomenon. We Hungarians know it from our historic experience. We have lost 40 years of our lives in an age which was characterized by a world divided into blocks. This is against our national interest. But what is in line with our national interest? It is connectivity. Connectivity meaning that mutual respect should return as a basis of the operation of the system of international cooperation. Such a system would bring mutual benefits to all of us. Hungary's strategy has been to become a meeting point between East and West. A meeting point where a cooperation of the Eastern and Western economies can take place. Maybe two examples here. A very successful German-Chinese cooperation on the field of electromobility in Hungary, or a successful Russian-German-French cooperation on the field of nuclear industry in Hungary, are proofs to what extent the world could take benefits out of a civilized East-to-West cooperation. If I want to summarize the approach of Hungary nowadays, how we address the major challenges of the world, I would do it in the following way. No war, no migration, no gender. Let me emphasize these 3 points. No war. Hungary stands up for peace. We are proud members of the pro-peace majority of this organization. And we do hope that this year's General Assembly will help us to find solutions to bring peace to parts of the world which are suffering from wars. And we do hope that this time, this hope of ours will not be transformed into an illusion at the end of this week. Hungary has been living for more than 3.5 years now in the neighborhood of the war in Ukraine. We have been confronted with the consequences of this war on a daily basis. A huge wave of refugees, 1.3 million. Imagine, we are a country of less than 10 million inhabitants. The war inflation, skyrocketing energy prices, skyrocketing food prices. We do have to make daily efforts in order to be able to stay out of this war. Regardless all the efforts to drag us into this war and to provocate us into this war. It is the obligation and the duty of the Hungarian government to make sure that the security of the Hungarian people and Hungary itself is being guaranteed. Mr. President, since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, Hungary has been standing up for ceasefire and peace talks. Unfortunately, we used to be under serious attacks, serious political attacks, accusations, and stigmatization for this position of ours. Very rude accusation by those who are now speaking about the importance of ceasefire and peace talks, by the same countries in Europe. And I have to tell you that if these countries who used to stigmatize us for this position of ours had not attacked us for this position, but had they argued in favor of ceasefire and peace talks from the very beginning, as we have been doing so, we could have saved lives of hundreds of thousands of people. And we could have avoided huge refugee waves. And we could have prevented a lot of destruction. But Europe, the European Union, has chosen a bad strategy, a failed strategy. Instead of isolating the war in Ukraine, this war has been globalized. The sanction packages the European Union has introduced have absolutely not fulfilled the expectations. They have caused more harms to the European economy than to the Russian one. And parallel to that, hundreds of billions of euros have been sent to Ukraine in the form of cash and weapons. Every day which goes on in this war brings forward the risk of escalation. All day spent in this war comes up with new casualties and destruction. And if we look at history, it's obvious that all wars end up around the negotiating table. There is no war which ends up in the battlefield. Therefore, may I express Hungary's respect towards President Trump and the efforts of President Trump. We do believe President Trump is the only hope to make peace in Ukraine. And we do hope that President Trump will not give up his efforts to make peace, regardless of the fact that many politicians in Europe rather undermine the efforts of President Trump than to support those. We Hungarians do have a very sad historic experience. This historic experience of ours says that in case there is a civilized East-to-West cooperation, the security situation of the world improves. But if there's a lack of civilized East-to-West cooperation, global security deteriorates. Therefore, we do hope that the high-level US-Russia contacts will be maintained. As long as high-level US-Russia contacts are on, we do have the hope that we can avoid the worst-case scenario. As long as the high-level US-Russia talks are on, we have a good hope to prevent escalation and to prevent the launch of World War III. So Hungary will continue to support all initiatives aiming at peace, and we will continue to support the peace efforts of President Trump, and we will continue to support the high-level US-Russia talks. And we make sure that Hungary is not going to be dragged into this war. We will stay out and protect the security of the Hungarian people. Second point, dear colleagues, no migration. Parallelly to the war in Ukraine, Europe has been faced with another tremendous security threat for the last 10 years, which is illegal migration. We Hungarians are in a special situation because of geography. We are at the European entrance of the busiest land route of migration to Europe. And we have a very sad experience here. We had been run over by 400,000 illegal migrants 10 years ago. Aggressive people, marching through the country, rejecting any kind of cooperation with the local authorities, violating our border, occupying public areas, behaving in a way threatening the Hungarian people. What was our reaction? We have closed our border. We have built a fence, not a wall, but a fence. And we have put tremendous efforts in order to protect us from the illegal migrants. We have stopped 1 million illegal migrants at our southern border by building the fence there. We have spent multiple billions of dollars in order to be able to protect our border and our security. And guess what happens in Europe? The European Commission forces us to pay €1 million penalty on a daily basis because of protecting our border. €1 million penalty on a daily basis for the protection of our borders. This is insane. This is crazy. But I have to tell you that regardless of this penalty, we will protect our border. We rather pay €1 million per day, but we do not allow illegal migrants to come into Hungary. We protect ourselves. May I say, this is the best investment into our own security. And the pro-migration policy of the European Union comes forward with very sad impacts in the western part of Europe. Modern age anti-Semitism, parallel societies, gang wars, and no-go zones. I want to make clear that regardless of all pressure from Brussels, Hungary will continue to protect the Hungarian people. We will protect ourselves, our culture, our way of life, and our security. And we stick to our own sovereign right to make the decision who can enter the territory of Hungary. This decision must be made by us and not by bureaucrats in Brussels. We have to consider the violation of border as it is, a crime. And those who commit this crime must be punished. International law speaks very clearly. If someone is being forced to leave her or his home, she or he is entitled to stay temporarily on the territory of the first safe country, but not the second, the third, the fourth, or fifth, the first. And we are an example here. We are a neighboring country to Ukraine. So for those who have to escape from Ukraine because of the war, we are the first safe country, and we let all of them come in. All of them. But at our southern border, those who want to come in, those are illegal migrants. And none of them has been allowed, and none of them will be allowed to enter the territory of our country. Thirdly, no gender. In Hungary, we do consider family as the basis of society. But we have to understand that there is a very aggressive, extreme liberal mainstream which has been attacking family not only as an expression, but as an institution as well. Therefore, I think it's appropriate to clarify what we Hungarians do mean under family. We do mean that family consists of a mother, a father, and children, where mother is a woman, father is a man. And the marriage can be made between one man and one woman. And in order to make sure, we have put all these into our constitution. And when it comes to our economic strategy, we do carry out a family-based economic strategy. 5% of GDP we spend on supporting the families, which is far number one in the OECD area. And currently, a family-based tax revolution is going on in Hungary. Our basic principle is that if you decide to have a kid, that must not put you in a less advantageous position compared to if you do not have a kid. We do consider children as blessing. Therefore, we do support the families to have as many kids as they wish to. From next year onwards, all mothers who have given birth to 2 children will enjoy lifelong exemption from paying personal income tax. And after the birth of each children, a certain part of the salary of the parents is exempted from taxation. And we will double this exemption from the beginning of next year. If the mother wishes to stay at home with the newborn kid for 2.5 years, she receives 70% of her former salary. And all women spending 40 years at work can go to pension regardless of age. Young couples can take 28,000 euros of preferential loan called expecting babies, which means that in case of the birth of a first kid, interest rate is down to 0. After the birth of the second kid, 30% of the loan is being repaid by the state. And after the third kid being born, the state remits the whole loan. And as the most recent decision of the government, we launched the largest ever housing loan system in Hungary. All families are entitled to take a loan to buy a house or a flat with a fixed interest rate of 3%. So at the end, Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is our goal to make Hungary great again. In order to be able to make Hungary great again, we have to protect ourselves from the war, which has been going on for 3.5 years in our neighborhood. In order to make Hungary great again, we have to protect ourselves from illegal migration, making sure that we do not allow any illegal migrants to the territory of Hungary. In order to make Hungary great again, we have to be able to protect ourselves from the aggressive gender propaganda, and we have to be able to strengthen our families. No war, no migration, no gender. This is the Hungarian recipe. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. Y ahora doy la palabra.
And now I give the floor to His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, Arnoldo André Tinoco.
Señora.
Madam President, Excellencies, Costa Rica congratulates you on your election to preside over the 80th session of the General Assembly. You can count on the firm and unwavering support of my country in contributing to the success of your tenure. 8 decades ago, we embarked on the journey to San Francisco to save humanity from the abyss of war. Together, throughout this journey, we codified human rights and built an international system based on the rule of law. We established the foundations of our collective security system and generated global processes for environmental protection and the development of nations. We achieved the decolonization of more than 80 territories and mediated in hundreds of conflicts. Today, however, the mission faces 3 significant global challenges: nuclear weapons, the triple planetary crisis, and the governance of artificial intelligence. In the same year that we founded this organization, humanity crossed a threshold when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were reduced to ruins in an instant by atomic bombs. Today, the risk of nuclear conflict is the highest it has been in decades. Trust is eroding. Geopolitical tensions are widening. The shadow of the use of nuclear weapons looms once again. Nuclear weapons are once again being considered by their possessors as central to national security strategies and are wielded as tools of coercion. Any nuclear detonation, whether intentional or accidental, would have irreversible humanitarian environmental consequences. There is no possible humanitarian response. There is no margin for error. 55 years after the entry into force of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and looking ahead to its 2026 review conference, nuclear weapon states will have a new opportunity to reaffirm their adherence to the treaty and to the obligations and commitments they have undertaken as states parties, particularly Article 6. We also urge you to recognize that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons strengthens and complements the NPT, and that it represents a decisive step toward fulfilling the very first resolution adopted by this Assembly and an essential element of the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Costa Rica reaffirms that the only effective guarantee against the risks of nuclear weapons is their complete, verifiable, and irreversible elimination. Now, at a time when military spending has reached its highest level since the Cold War, behind every dollar spent on weapons, on all weapons, we see a political choice that privileges force over dialogue, weakens trust in multilateral institutions, and contradicts the spirit of the Charter. And this precisely at a time when we're facing the greatest humanitarian crisis of our time, with more than 300 million people in urgent need of assistance. Sudan, Gaza, and Ukraine are clear examples. Only 190 million people will receive aid. 115 million will have to wait, if life grants them enough time. This is not a lack of resources, but of will. The means exist, but priorities lie elsewhere. We cannot ignore that humanitarian assistance, however vital it may be, is also the bill that we pay for failing to act in a timely way to prevent the crises. The consequences of arriving too late, far too late, are reflected in every refugee camp, every food distribution point, and every field hospital. Humanitarian and refugee crises transcend human tragedy and become direct vectors of insecurity in our region. Costa Rica observes with concern how these crises fuel the power of drug trafficking and organized crime. Organizations that exploit institutional gaps and operate across borders in the absence of effective multilateral coordination. Our country, as both a host and a transit state, experiences firsthand how criminal networks transform migration routes into illicit corridors, taking advantage of the vulnerability of those seeking international protection. Isolated responses are insufficient. They simply shift these networks to territories with less capacity to respond, expanding transnational organized crime, human trafficking, and drug trafficking, while creating new epicenters and hotspots of criminal activity. Costa Rica calls on the international community to recognize that humanitarian security requires a multidimensional response and an integrated regional architecture. It requires real-time information sharing mechanisms, harmonized regulatory frameworks, strengthened institutional capacities, and shared responsibility with coordinated action to preserve the stability that our peoples deserve. Madam President, Excellencies, preventive diplomacy costs millions, but repairing its failures costs billions. We in the Americas know that price very well. In Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Haiti, we see the consequences of arriving too late. We could have acted in time. We could have prevented the repeated and systematic violations of human rights and the exodus of millions who now seek refuge and other forms of international protection. But we did not prevent it. The multiple crises across Latin America and the Caribbean, in democracy, human rights, security, migration, and development, all bear witness to our own shortcomings. And it is always the most vulnerable who pay the price, those who demand protection and justice. The triple planetary crisis is another of the greatest existential threats of our time. The seas are rising, the oceans are acidifying, and millions will be forced to migrate. A temperature increase of only 1.1 degrees Celsius already puts food security, health, and peace at risk. Costa Rica suffers from devastating hurricanes, droughts that affect our farmers and energy sources, and cause economic losses in the billions. But for decades, instead of contributing to the problem, Costa Rica has been part of the solution. We doubled our forest cover. We generate nearly all our electricity from renewable sources and protect almost 1/3 of our territory. The great challenge remains that no country can face the triple planetary crisis alone. It is a global problem, and therefore we must all accelerate the energy transition, finance climate action, and respond with justice to the loss and damage suffered by countries like Costa Rica that endured the devastating consequences of climate change. Confronting these crises requires joint action, science-based decisions, adequate financial resources, and compliance with our international legal obligations. Without any excuses, without any pretexts, without any delays. This triple crisis is also an ocean emergency. That is why Costa Rica is driving the process of concluding a binding treaty on plastic pollution that covers its entire life cycle, advancing scientific research, and calling for a precautionary pause on deep-sea mining, as well as urging the full implementation of the BBNJ treaty with conservation as its top priority. Time is running out to respond to these threats that do not recognize any borders. Time is also running out to bridge the digital divide and confront a technological revolution driven by artificial intelligence that is advancing at high speed. Artificial intelligence can strengthen our national economies and our collective efforts to achieve development. It can optimize resources, accelerate medical research, and democratize access to knowledge. But it can also divide us between those who have access and those who do not. Artificial intelligence also poses risks to international peace and security. It can become a vector of mass disinformation and enable cyber attacks that paralyze critical infrastructure. Artificial intelligence also challenges our ability to maintain meaningful human control over life or death decisions, as military automation advances without adequate regulatory frameworks. Establishing such frameworks is urgent and time is running out. One application of AI that deserves special attention is autonomous weapons systems. Costa Rica urges the conclusion before 2026 of a legally binding instrument that establishes prohibitions and regulations for autonomous weapons systems capable of identifying, selecting, and attacking targets without meaningful human control. No algorithm should ever make life or death decisions. Madam President, Excellencies, Costa Rica has demonstrated for decades that our impact in this organization is not determined by our size. Small states lead through action. We build bridges and forge consensuses that once seemed distant. That is how we move forward. That is how we prove that together we're stronger and that this is our common home. Just this year, Costa Rica, in the face of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since the founding of the United Nations, together with 150 states, launched a call to action while chairing the Humanitarian Affairs segment of the Economic and Social Council. Faced with the grave humanitarian consequences of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, Costa Rica will host the second international conference on the political declaration on strengthening the protection of civilians to be held in San Jose from 18th to 20th of November. In light of the risks and opportunities posed by artificial intelligence, Costa Rica, together with Spain, has led the process that established the Independent International Scientific Panel and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, to be launched tomorrow. Its adoption by consensus is a milestone in itself. Faced with the urgency of protecting the environment and the ocean, Costa Rica co-organized with France UNOC 3, where we reached significant political and financial commitments for ocean governance and health. In confronting the persistent inequalities that limit the dignity and rights of women and girls, together with Cabo Verde, Costa Rica achieved the adoption by consensus of the political declaration marking the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women, and Costa Rica, with great responsibility and commitment, assumed the presidency of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. Madam President, Excellencies, the person who will hold the office of Secretary General as of January 2027 must have the leadership and vision required to face the three great global challenges. The vision that comes from experience and the courage that only years of service at the highest level can provide. What is required is authority that is born of integrity. It must be a person who embraces with wisdom and conviction the three pillars of this organization. Someone who forges consensus and inspires hope, even in the most difficult circumstances. Someone with the determination to renew and strengthen this organization. We are confident that we will find that person, and we are confident also that we will find that person in our region, because it is the turn of Latin America and the Caribbean. The world has changed, and our organization must change with it. But what cannot change is our commitment to the spirit of San Francisco and the determination that took us there. Thank you. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. Right of reply. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. The next speaker, Islamic Republic of Iran. I call on the representative of Iran. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran categorically rejects the baseless and unsubstantiated allegations made by the Prime Minister of Australia against Iran. We urge the Australian government to consider the well-documented historical reality that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon rooted in Western Europe, having manifested in various forms throughout different periods of history. In recent years, however, the concept of anti-Semitism has regrettably been weaponized to silence legitimate criticism and protest against occupation, apartheid, and the ongoing crimes being committed by the Israeli regime against Palestinian people. The Islamic Republic of Iran strongly condemns the heinous atrocities and continuing genocide in Gaza. It reminds those who support or remain silent in the face of these crimes of their moral and legal responsibility under international law. Iran views the Australian government's unfounded accusations and its undermining of long-standing diplomatic relations between the two countries as being in alignment with the Israeli regime's broader strategy of promoting Iranophobia. These actions are clearly aimed at diverting the attention of the international community, including this high-level session of the United Nations General Assembly, from the atrocities and humanitarian disaster in Gaza, while exacerbating instability in the region. I thank you, Mr. President.
The meeting is adjourned. I did it well.
Yeah, we